I was just thinking. Si realmente quiero mantener la vida no puedo trabajar en construcción todos los días. Es mejor una vez a la semana.
No pierdas audiencia y todo.
Mejor una vez a la semana.
Estaba pensando en ella. Si quieres, puedes, es como te dije, le dices qué hacer, corta esta madera, haces, consigue esto, voy a comprar esto.
Además, la clima es bajando en septiembre, octubre, noviembre. No me importa trabajando afuera 11 de la mañana y aún así hay calor, pero no como junio. ¿Me entiendes?
Bueno, depende si hay lluvias. Como hoy es un día bueno para trabajar afuera. Estoy pensando.
Y la más pronto es el gato. Necesitamos más gatos. Y basado en la lluvia, no sé si es buena idea.
Es lo que te voy a decir ahorita, y lo que te dije la otra vez. Esto se llena de agua. Y luego los gatitos, ¿cómo van a brincar? Subirse? Bueno, cuando sea días de lluvia, todo eso. Y la madera se va a podrir rápido si está entre el agua. Y en esa área yo siempre estoy lavando esa área de banqueta y todo eso. Siempre hay agua tirada. Siempre trapeo, echo agua para el calor, porque a veces en la tarde está el calor ahí. Y echo agua en la banqueta y en la pared. Pero no sé qué pensarlo bien, cómo hacerlo, dónde hacerlo. Bajo la almendra es una buena opción, pero igual esa almendra no sé cuánto tiempo va a tardar, igual está que la van a cortar, que la van a cortar.
Y eso es donde tú quieres poner la gallinero.
¿Es suficiente para los dos o no?
2 metros, casi 2,5 metros de largo. Suficiente por uno nada más. Mejor la gallinero al fin de propiedad. De verdad, es además para continuar fertilizando la tierra donde queremos poner
Por eso te decía, se podría ser dividido en dos o movible o algo así.
¿Cómo? ¿Qué?
Movible. El gallinero.
Es movible. Levantarlo y caminar con eso.
Así que la otra vez que te
Pero van a ser pesados. Tú tienes que crecer músculos.
No, pero cuando necesitamos Pues luego pensamos,
Yeah.
en el fondo, cuánto que eres la idea de hacerlo ahí también,
Así es. All right. What's up, everybody? What's up, Kel? Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Hey, Mujin. I'm alive. Last night was it stormed the shit out of this place all last night, so I don't think any of us slept very well, because this crash, boom, bang all night long.
Really?
Yeah, it was bad, bad. Like full on, the house was shaking, and like you could feel every bolt. It was close, and pouring down rain. All the cats freaked out. Like it was it's definitely the worst storm we've seen since we got here. Probably six hours, maybe 6 7 hours of just non-stop crash boom bang. I don't think I've seen a thunderstorm like that since I grew up in Missouri. It was
Yeah, we had a thunderstorm the other day in my area, and it knocked out my power for a few minutes, and it burnt out VGA pins in my VGA connector to my monitor. The weirdest thing.
that is weird. Well, I don't know. Were you here the day? Like we were sitting here randomly, and it was cloudy outside, but it wasn't like storming, and a bolt of lightning just came out of nowhere and hit a pole, and everything immediately went out, and it fried my because I don't have my air purifier plugged into a surge protector. It's just plugged into the
Yeah.
wall outlet, and it fried my fucking air
Oh,
purifier. It just like as soon as the power came on, I'm like Chris and I are sitting here. We hear this like what is that weird like under it's like a hum, and it turns out that it fried something inside the air purifier to where even when it just sits there, it's off, but it's plugged in, and it did something. I'm assuming it melted something inside like your cables, because something inside of it doesn't work no more.
yeah.
My dad got hit. I remember when we were a kid, we were in town. My mom had taken us to Sam's, and came back, and my dad was hiding in his truck in the barn at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the way he had his office back in the day was in the back part of the house. I guess he had been on the phone, and like ball lightning came down from the sky, hit the fence out back of the house, and then rolled. One went down the hill, and one went up into the house like these balls of lightning. And it the outside fences, like full on 5 rows of barbed wire, were
Wow.
gone, like gone. All we could find, because it was like 2 weeks. My brother and I were out there with buckets picking up little half-inch chunks of barbed wire so the cows wouldn't eat them. But it destroyed like half a mile of fence, just disintegrated it. It ran down the fence line and like welded a metal gate, like galvanized gate that was leaned up against a sheet metal building. It like melted that to the wall of the
Good
building.
Lord.
It came into the house and ran like we walked into the house, and from my dad's office all the way through the house to the other side of the house, there was like a foot, like a 12-inch tall burn mark that just all the way down the wall of the house as it followed the main electrical line all the way down through the length of the house through the walls, and then blew out the other side and hit a tree and like left a huge scorch mark on the tree. And my dad had been on the phone when it happened, and it like it came in the house like right by him, and it knocked him across the room. He's lucky he lived, which is why when we found him, he was in his truck hiding, because he was like, the only thing he could think of was my truck is safe because rubber tires, and if it hits the truck, it's gonna send that out
Right.
elsewhere and dissipate the electricity. But I mean, he is terrified. My dad is terrified of lightning to this day.
Well,
It
that
was
seems like a
wild,
good experience to be terrified by.
wild times. By the way, Kel and Varus, we have if you're getting into EQ2 on Saturdays, um, I got Nathan to spin up his own guild yesterday so that the people who
Sweet.
want to can get a guild invite, and there's actually people around to do things with, because that other guild's just dead.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't on.
Yeah, I
I don't
couldn't.
think.
Dude, I had the weirdest thing happen to me yesterday. So we played, went away, And I resubbed yesterday morning for 3 months at like 6 in the morning right before we played. Then we played, came back, took a nap, whatever, fed, and came back to play EverQuest 2, and I got up like 1:45, and I went to go open up my EQ2 client, and it like freaked out and like tried to open like it just kept trying to open new versions of the launcher like over and 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 over. Like I tried to open like 100 launchers, and at the same time it was trying to open all of these tabs in Google Chrome related to like the subscription service. And I'm like, what is going on? So I restarted the computer, went to go log back in, and it told me account credentials invalid. And I'm like, what? Like, I've had this account for 20 years. Like, what do you mean it's invalid? Something freaked out yesterday when I guess when I did my payment or something, because it would not let me in. It was acting like I didn't have an EverQuest account. I submitted a ticket and no one ever responded to me. I got an auto reply that said we don't work weekends. And then randomly, Chris asked me to check it again at like 4 o'clock, and it was back. So the only thing I can think of is it's something in their automated system. I don't know what happened. The only thing I think of is when I opened the launcher, it like tried to find my account because you know how you have the drop down where it's like select the account that you're gonna log into the game with. Um, and I have multiple accounts, and the only thing I can think of is that it wasn't finding the account, so it just kept trying to open up new launchers, new launchers, new launchers. It was a weird type of bug, but I really don't know. The only thing I can think of is that because my card is a US credit card and my IP right now is a Mexican IP, that it might have triggered like a fraud thing in the system, and it like just deleted the account for a couple. I have no idea, but it was back by 4, and I'm here again this morning, so fingers crossed. Their customer support sucks, by the way. It's all automated drop downs that doesn't have anything to do with what you actually want to report. And so ends the woes of Tim Anderson from Saturday, April 27th, 2022. How were your days yesterday, gentlemen?
They were fine, man. Almost, I was crafting an EQ2 and almost rage quit.
I can't
I
think of
could,
it. Go ahead.
I could not get a work order done to save my life, and it was 3 levels below me.
Oh, I could. Did you figure it out? Because I can tell you how to do it.
Okay, go ahead, tell
So
me.
it's
I
it's
got it, but
okay. So the way I've always looked at it, it's very simple, basically. Hopefully, I can explain it simply. Any crafting that you do in that game is with the mini game, right?
it
So
is.
it opens up that window, and you've got 3 buttons for progress and three buttons for um, quality, essentially. Um, the easiest way to do it is, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a tick that happens as you're crafting. It's like 1 2 3, 1 2 3, one
Hmm.
two three, and every time there's a tick, it has a chance of I forget what they're called, a complication happening, and you need to counter those complications with a corresponding ability. Now you only have 3 abilities, but there's 3 for progress and 3 for quality, right? So whenever there's a
Yeah.
complication, you just have to make the decision: am I going to try to counter this with a quality ability to increase the quality of the item, or am I going to try to do this to increase the progress of the item by countering this complication? In between that, if you don't do anything, it makes very little progress. So what you need to do, this is what I've always done, and it's flawless. Every time there's a pulse and there's not a complication, just do 1 2 3 and hit all 3 in a row of your progress buttons, and that will push the progress of that up at the end of that tick. Then the next tick, as long as there's no complication, 1 2 3 again. Then at the end of that tick, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Keep doing that every time there's a tick. You get like 3 seconds, so that's enough time to do 1 2 3 on the ability bar. And if you're getting a decrease in quality, because that happens as the project goes on, you'll notice that if you're not doing anything, the progress is constantly, or the quality is constantly depleting, and it's making it a lesser and lesser item. If you see that starting to happen, then instead of doing 1, 2, 3 with the progress buttons, you do 1, 2, 3 with the quality buttons until your quality is back in the number 4 slot and high enough, and then just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And the only time you don't do anything is if there's a complication, then you do a counter for the complication.
Yeah, I get all that. That's for sure. I had 9 critical failures out of 7 ticks.
Ooh,
Yeah, so I was halfway into line 3 with durability issues.
that's no good.
No, and let's see, what is it? 150. It's 150 reduction on some of those critical failures. So I had 300
Mm,
within the first 4 ticks.
that sounds like an
So,
RNG issue right there. That's bad.
oh, it was. It was.
Horrible luck. Horrible luck.
As a matter of fact, my wife was asking what's going on because I just raged
Ah,
because you cannot fix that if it's halfway into that
no,
third line.
no, it's really kind of impossible.
So you lose the materials. You get some back, of course, but you still lose some of those materials you've been harvesting, and that just makes me rage.
Is the guild already running Renfield?
Yeah, yeah, I can get you guys invited today.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
sweet. I think I'm gonna be playing this afternoon,
Okay.
and I think Nim's actually joining me.
All right. Well, let me know when we wrap up here today, guys, and I can get you into the guild and etc. Because it's it's a lot. It's a different experience than the AB server because we have our guild in the AB server, and I know some of you played with this. I think you were there, Kel. Um,
Yeah. Yep.
live is so different. This is a lot. Like you have to have somebody playing with you. It's like WoW Classic. Like you really soloing. You don't want to solo. Like you need at least a couple of people with you to do quests and stuff, even in the overland.
The way
Um,
EQ should have been.
it's the way
I
it's
went.
launched. Yeah,
Should still be. Sorry.
should still be yes.
Yeah.
Then I'm not going to tell you what I did yesterday. Then I went from 0 to 20 on a troubadour in both
Well,
crafting and experience, doing
different
quests.
classes. Yeah, different classes are making it a little bit easier. Because Nathan and I have a paladin and a warden, and those classes suck ass at soloing, and we were like, please join us.
That's right.
Please join us, other people. This is not. This is boring. Because we're only doing it for content creation at this point, and to have an afternoon stream on Saturdays. If it turns into something, it's going to be up to the people who play on Saturdays to turn it into something. Or if you get like if you guys are be playing on Sundays or something, it's a great place to have a home and everything. Because I know Lance and Joe um, have been wanting
Yeah.
to do something on the AB server. And I think they've got a couple of people that they're starting to get something formed up with to do something here. But that's the free to play people who are taking it, throughout the week at their own pace and their own schedule. And this is for people who want, because it's a different EverQuest. It's ever different EverQuest too. So some people like the live experience, some people like the classic.
Yeah. I'll likely leave it to Saturday and Sunday afternoons because WoW is launching soon. So
Oh yeah, I can only do Saturdays and Sundays because of WoW. Um, and then what's interesting is how we have like an 8-week schedule here. It's a much longer um,
12
like
weeks over there, I think.
yeah, it's 12 weeks. So I mean, they give you 3 months. So they're still in. They haven't even launched the first expansion yet. So um, Desert of Flames, I think, is coming soon, but I haven't looked at the schedule. Which I don't think Nathan's ever done that expansion. So I mean, there's a few people who have just never done stuff. And I know yesterday we had been just taking it easy. Yesterday they had somebody that they ran with who basically just took us into Ruins Over Soon and got everybody like 6 or 8 levels in a session, which feels a little like cheating, but um, I've done it.
Catch up now.
I've done it 500 times now, so it doesn't really matter to me.
Holy
Um,
cow! Do I have to put more levels on the ranger?
I would just focus on whatever you want to focus on because you can mentor, so it doesn't really matter. Like at the end of the day, because higher level people can mentor down.
So what level are you guys then?
I think we hit 31 last night. I was
Wow.
26 when I started, and I logged out at 31, and I only played for like 2 hours. And that was no XP pots. It was just I
And
had
that's
Restics.
EQ two, right? There is that.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's EQ2.
Holy shit. Okay.
Wow, you've got a long curve to get caught up because that 50% XP bonus is only going to last till the end of September.
I don't
And
have any curve. I have $40, and then I'm
there you
caught
go.
up.
Yes, there. there's the boost factor. For sure.
People griping about the alarm. I didn't even get to my alarm this morning.
What
You
mine?
haven't woke up at 5:30.
I was taking a shower at 4 a.m.
Well, I
Sorry,
get.
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you good.
I was saying I went to bed at 3 a.m. because I started watching the Watchmen series on HBO,
Oh, it's so
which
good.
is actually fantastic. It's a shame that there's only one season.
I actually am happy they only did one season because it ended so perfectly.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I would hate for them to try to capture the magic again because
When does it start getting interesting?
I don't know. I've gotten
it's
like
it's slow the whole way through. It's slow.
Oh, okay.
It's a slow
yeah.
burn.
Well, that's fine. I just didn't get to where it got interesting to me.
Yeah, it was. I'd say for me it was around the halfway point because they do a lot of character building in the early episodes.
Yeah, halfway point, I would agree. I'm really engrossed right now. Whereas before, I was just watching it while watching EC Tunnel Chat. Now I'm actually like watching it.
Right. And it's got just the deeper they get, Regina Hall is, oh my God, does she kick it out of the park in that show? And then just the casting was really phenomenal. I think they did a good job. It's one of the rare times when I look at a miniseries and go, Chef's Kiss, like that was just perfection. Like I just don't think they could have done it better. And I'm terrified that if they tried to do it a second season, it would just lessen the experience. Um, there are a few like Black Sails was one of those ones too where I felt like it got better the deeper they got, and it's not every show can pull it off where they go out on a high note, um, like having it be better than it was when it started because most of them start off with a lower budget and everything during season one, and then like Game of Thrones style, they get bigger budgets and they start leaning into the special effects as opposed to good storytelling, and then who knows? I liked Watchmen. I also liked the Zack Snyder film. I know a lot of people were divisive on that
Oh, I
one.
loved it. Yeah. I like everything Zack Snyder does. So.
I do too. Although, what did we just watch? The zombie one he did on Netflix a few months back. It was okay. It wasn't the best in the world, but um, it was okay. One, it's
I
like
haven't watched it.
yeah, it's like they go to Las Vegas to steal from a casino it's a bunch of zombies in it, and it was a fun little caper with zombies. Welcome to the channel,
That
Ariel.
picked up my aversion to zombie movies. So I never did get around to it.
Yeah, I don't typically. I don't think we watch. I did try really hard with Walking Dead because this first season I felt was just it was there was nothing else that I'd ever seen that was like that. And I think the first three seasons in particular were really good. Even four was good, but by five, I think five was when it started to feel to me like okay, they're really stretching the material here. And by six, um, I'd kind of given up the ghost, and I didn't come back for season seven, which I think was the seven when they started killing off a bunch of main characters. And I had Chris try to watch the first season with me, and I think she only made it halfway through, and she was just like, I can't watch this. And I was like, all right, fair enough. She's like, it's just too much like blood and guts and brains and like every episode. Oh, look, we're gonna run from the zombies again.
Right. Uh,
Stop yelling at
there
me.
is a zombie movie I like, but it's just the original one with Vincent Price. So that's a good one.
You should have an invite, Rolf.
All right. Nope.
Did I spell your name wrong? Invite. Rtharta. Yeah. Oh, I'm not the. Am I the leader? Yeah, I'm the leader.
Yeah, you got it. So I got off the boat last night.
And EQ2.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
What class did you make?
So far I made a Shadow Knight and a Cleric, and both of them are on the wrong server, I think, because I can't figure out how to make one on the right server for
Oh,
everybody else.
okay. I can show you how to do that later,
Okay.
if and you're wanting to.
We'll see. It was kind of like a tired end of the day project yesterday. Oh my goodness. It's drop off.
What are you doing in the Emerald Jungle, sir?
Come in there. I had to go sell stuff.
Oh. Where's
I
kill
had no bag
scale?
space left.
Clarity. Clarity. Sorry, I got something in my throat here.
I'm not giving you clarity until you absolutely need it. Just relax, sister. No, I'll give you clarity. Get the
It's all
bar
good.
up.
Just doing my buffs now. Thank you. I know you
Oh,
can
you're more than welcome.
do your rotation later. I'm the only one that matters right now.
I mean, is that any different than any other time?
Ah! Hashtag streamer privilege.
That's what I wasn't thinking that, honestly. What I am thinking about is Denny's.
Denny's sounds delicious.
Yeah, I want eggs and bacon for the keto. I've
I
got
think
turkey bacon here, but it's just not the same as real pork.
Chris is about to run down the street and get fresh chicharron and barbacoa. The butcher shop that we finally found that actually has decent meat. Every Sunday morning they make barbacoa and fresh pig crackling, pig skins, chicharron.
Oh,
But it's
Oh my
awesome.
but
god.
it's not it's with the meat on it, so you get the pig skin with like an inch of meat on it as well. Um, it's a whole nother experience, ladies and gentlemen. Whole nother experience.
As long as it's not tough, because we
No,
have
no,
the same
no.
thing here.
It's crunchy, and then the skin is crunchy, but the meat is just melts in your mouth. And then Chris takes whatever's left, and she'll put it in a pot of beans. It is divine. I don't eat a lot of it because it is so because they cook it in a big vat of pig fat, and if you when you rip off a hunk, it's like a sponge. Like if you squeeze it, it's just don't think about it. So good though. But I like the barbacoa, so she gets me, which is just beef, shredded beef with spices and stuff. And then the cats get the leftover juices for the next 2-3 days with their crunchy food.
Lizard down, lizard down.
Yep.
Yeah, Living Dead movies are kind of campy. I don't mind. Yeah, that's true.
Miss Nim right now with his Call of the Hero.
Oh man, Dient left.
Who?
One of the kinfolk. He was a monk, I believe. He grouped with us a few times.
Oh, he left the guild?
The only
Yeah, the
useful thing
guild's
I've ever
kind of
heard.
this guild is kind of having a
Crisis.
identity crisis.
I saw that. A bunch of people were leaving.
That's unfortunately that's what ends up happening to most.
Yeah.
That's why it's really ends up being Resurgence and like I can't even remember the name of the other two. Resurgence is the one I always know because they've been around forever and
Rusty rapiers.
Rusty Rapiers is the other one. Yeah, they're like every single TLP.
Rusty Rapiers is hilarious. So They were the one that were just randomly inviting people and sending out those messages constantly all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turns out their leadership sold all of the scales and stuff like that they rated for over Classic and into Cunark for Chrono, and then skipped town. So they emptied the guild bank, skipped town.
I've seen them on every server though. I don't. I wonder why they would do that to this server and not previously. But I know Resurgence is the one that has like a really good reputation. It's also like no life, and I'm not gonna no life EverQuest 1. Sorry, that was 25 years ago.
I have a good friend I've game with for 20 years in Resurgence. He's the one that got me back into Q1.
Yeah, and Tiblin's guild is really good too, and I can't remember which one he's in off the top of
One
my head.
last time.
One last time, yeah, they're another solid guild because I think he's been with them for like 5 years or something. I think is what he said the other day, and I've seen them around before.
Yeah, I've been grouping with a few of those guys every now and again. They're good people.
Yeah, Resurgence is just packed full of folks. So they got 3 full raid groups.
Yeah,
Good lord.
and that's why everybody goes there because it's like it's the biggest, and you're guaranteed like they're not going to go anywhere. Like they're a big, big, big place.
But when they do raid calls, and it's like 25 pings in Discord, and you got to be on the spot for like a track. Oh my god, that first week of track was horrible.
Yeah, I have no desire to play like that.
Yep, and you're expected to drop it all and go.
Yep, no thanks. You want to pay my salary? I'm happy to do that.
We got fresh seas on everybody. Whenever
That's
it
why
gets down,
I just don't get people who are against instancing for that reason. Because with the instances, it's just, hey guys, Thursday night at 7 o'clock, we're gonna go. Everything can be scheduled. There's no chaos. You know, it's there's no competition for it. You just log in and go do it. Maybe that's just the old
Just,
fart in me that just doesn't want to do competition anymore. I
I
just
think
want
it's
to.
just different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
it is.
So funny story. The reason I couldn't get off the boat in EverQuest 2 was I kept quitting, and the reason I kept quitting is because I couldn't move.
That sucks. All right, I'll
The
pop a pot when you guys are ready.
the reason I couldn't move is because they changed the movement keys for some reason.
Oh wow,
You have to use the arrows.
I never had that problem.
Yeah, I have the same keybinds there that I have here.
I didn't know
Wonder
I had
why.
those arrow keys in it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I just kept quitting.
WSAD is.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
would you do it anything different than that? It doesn't even make sense.
Well, yeah, because Chris just played it around Christmas time, and that was her struggle bus was on the boat because it was telling her you could use the arrows. It was literally the tutorial was telling her WASD, the tutorial, but she was not liking WASD. She wanted to use the arrows, and I was like, well, I'm gonna have to give
Incoming,
you a manual.
incoming pot.
I'm gonna have to give you a manual tutorial then, because they're not gonna teach you how to use arrows because no one fucking uses arrows.
Right.
Don't zone. Don't zone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go.
What's going on?
Oh, you
Okay.
barely got the pot before you zoned.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Uh,
I still need to get talisman on you guys. I'll do that when we get inside. And I need a second cup of coffee.
Yeah,
I need to kill something.
Do I have to?
I'm here for you.
Okay.
Well, con is that?
Well, I bought all my spells to 50, so good to go this morning.
I'll pet the knight if you want to kill the shaman.
Sure.
Let me I need to buff with talisman,
Oh
and I
crap!
need to get my pet up.
You're gonna be hit for a minute.
That's fine. That's what I'm for.
Slow's incoming.
Yeah, still had my buff bar up. Oh, resist? Nice.
You trying to pet that?
Trying to. Mesmerizing for a minute. I don't get it.
It's slowed. I'd mallet it now.
Thank you.
Let's get this buff on Svartharda.
Oh my god. May end up killing him.
The shaman?
The knight. I can't get him actually.
Oh,
He's
yeah, he's
yellow
a
to
little bit
me.
higher level.
Yeah, he's conned even with me, so
Me too.
I'm gonna go ahead and just I'll mez him and then kill everything else.
Okay. Let me get back on this other
Yeah,
guy.
there we go. Oh, what a turd.
It happens.
Not on my watch, pal.
All right, after this, I need a moment because I need to go get my coffee before we go any deeper. All right, be right back.
I guess I'll find a sissy one down here somewhere.
Así es. Está bien. Gracias. Quiver of Mar.
Mage spell. Here's a little bit lower level one. I'm gonna try and get him.
Yep, I'm doing it right now. Thank you.
I'll get the wizard.
Coffee's necessary, Mujin.
Got him. Perfect. But the wizard's got me rooted, so
Me too.
I've got that going for me.
There
Let me get magic resist up.
Renvale,
What? What? What about Renfell?
do thine duty, sir.
Which is?
Make main assist.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just sat down with coffee, so yeah, hang on. I had to just make a checklist that I like stick to the computer screen.
All right.
I also find it super annoying that this is the only fucking game that I have to do that with.
Incoming group magic resist. Hopefully that'll take care of some of those roots. Must have been a target switch in there somewhere. I'll put my pet on the one that's killing my kicking Melkar's butt.
What's up? Oh, the knight?
Yeah.
Is he dotted or something?
Yeah, that's all right.
This won't be dead in just a second here. There he comes.
Yeah, I can't do flavored coffee.
That's gross.
And Mushin said he was doing brandy old fashioned. I've
Mm,
no idea. The closest I'll come to flavored coffee is if I put like Irish cream in it.
I like French vanilla coffee.
Bailey's or whatever it's called.
I think that's the only flavored coffee I like.
I shouldn't have run down there. I saw people run and I just kind of went, "Oh, that's where we're going." Sorry. uh, is this where we came yesterday? I feel like this is different.
Yeah. No, this is exactly the same place.
Nice part
I'm
about playing a caster is you never have a clue where you're going. At least for me, I'm always just like, I follow.
Yeah, I've been playing EverQuest for just about 22 years, and I'm just learning zones now as a puller.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Ooh, okay. All right. Canyon for more heals.
Well, that's a lot of things. Where'd they come from?
I promise I didn't run down the tunnel.
Oh. Huh.
it's all right. I don't think LARP's in the cards today, so I'll probably be around Cal if you guys are running tunes up.
Cool. Yeah, I'm probably gonna start around between 2 and 3 p.m.
So
Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't let me know
West
before we
Coast.
quit here tonight. I mean, before we get here this morning, sorry, to get you guys invited so that you can do all your stuff. Because I will forget, and I won't be paying attention this afternoon.
Yeah, it's actually officer voting today, which is pretty aggravating.
Oh, for LARP.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Brandy.
So I think 3 or 4 of the 5 positions are available and open, and people are absolutely tearing things up.
Hmm.
That's my pet. I'll have Ren market.
Ad from behind.
Cool.
I might actually need to finally go get some more elixir of greater concentration.
You might want to make Hrolf main assist. I think I am.
God damn it.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
About ready to shed this bullshit responsibility stuff.
Boom. Boom.
I'll go. God dang it.
Yeah, I see him adding in.
Alright, I've gotten some resistance on slows, so I'm on heals only from here on out.
That was a tab target error.
Mm.
I should have known better. We only had 2 yellows up, and I flip over to a blue.
And not to overtax you, Kel, when you get a chance.
Yep.
Group regen on the druid, please.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Because since you be doing that, I've been like, yay, I don't have to cast it on myself anymore.
Other yellow.
And
Seems
I
like
swear,
blue.
your regen is way better than mine, because it can actually sometimes my canny, like my health regen stays ahead of the mana regen when I'm doing canny. It's weird. Sometimes.
Stop farging hitting me.
Alright, I should have enough to slow this bastard.
Oh my god. I love you, frog.
Oh, we drink moonshine all the time growing up. But it's all over Missouri, and now it's commercialized. Like my dad's family, like all my dad's uncles and stuff, made moonshine in the woods for years, and now it's commercial, and so you get all sorts of fun flavored moonshines that are sold with pretty labels and
I think someone said they may be a disco stick, unless we did a CC check.
we did a CC check. WebMD said, "Don't know what camp I'm doing, just kind of wandering around killing things around disco." But if he's just wandering around, he didn't actually
Yeah, yeah.
call the camp, so
Yeah.
and technically customer support doesn't recognize camp, so uh, what's very interesting to me, because I know you have a passing knowledge of it, Kel. Um, what's very interesting to me about Pantheon as examples. So I've started making Pantheon videos recently, and I am making positive videos about Pantheon. I am looking forward to the game. However, I am definitely poking at things and critiquing things, and
How dare you?
it has brought out some of the Kool-Aid crowd.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
probably about 3 years ago, I joined the Pantheon Discord and like the forums and stuff. And like, if I had any sort of criticism that wasn't in line with someone who's been following it for 6 years, I just got like immediately destroyed.
oh yeah, it's just I've literally the ones, and it's people who I respect and I think are good people. Um, and they are friends of friends, and I've seen some really just pretty bad comments on some of my YouTube videos, um, about how I just don't know what I'm talking about because I'm not invested in Pantheon like they are, and it's like, actually, I think the only difference between you and me is that you've put money into the project and I haven't, but all the
It,
information is there for anyone to dissimulate. Like,
it's a biased point of view, and they've been turned rather than a fan. They're more of a zealot at this
it's
point.
the enfranchised fan component of
Yeah.
been like, I know more than you do because I've been here for 6 years and you just came in all of a sudden and you're making these critiques. Somebody told me yesterday that I did that niche market video and I pulled up a bunch of Brad's old quotes from 2014 when he was doing press for the news. A lot of people don't remember I was there. I was the community manager and I was in it at the time. And I got this guy ran a really long novel and he told me that I was misquoting Brad and taking his quotes out of context, and it's like, no, I'm not. Like, read it verbatim. It's you can't change the context of something. And then I think somebody else from the P plus community came on and said, you can't look at the quotes from 2014. You can only look at the quotes from 2022. And it's like, what do you mean I can't look at? What do you mean you can't? What? Like, you can't talk about things from 2014? And I think the mentality is that, well, that doesn't matter. And I'm like, it does matter in the scope of a conversation of how it once was this and now it's this. And then the defense is, well, it hasn't changed at all. You don't know. You're confused about what changes. You're confused about
You're
the issue.
confused. You're confused.
Yeah,
It's more like the the information that's been communicated is not straightforward.
correct. Well, there's also the issue, and my brother was commenting this the other morning when we were playing with Maduros, is that there's one thing being told to the public, and then there's another thing that gets told to the VIPs behind closed doors. Because I'm constantly hearing the VIPs talk about how, well, just wait, guys, just wait till you see what's coming. Just wait till you see what's coming. It's gonna change your mind. Just wait, just wait, just wait. And it's like, well, if you're being told something behind closed doors that's different than what the public is being told, that's not cool. Like, um, because everything I need to know about the project should be public information.
Right, exactly. And if at this point information's outdated, how are we supposed to know if we're looking at the oldest articles to get to learn how about the product?
Yeah, and that's on them for not having transparency. So it's a weird thing where I am positive for Pantheon and I'm making positive videos, but because I'm critiquing, I'm and I knew it was going to happen going into it. But I literally when I watched that Josh Drive Hayes video, he was like, if you really want to get good views in some of your videos, he says just poke and just poke at things. And I was like,
Well,
I've been wanting to poke. Let's try poking.
from the perspective of a layman fan,
Yeah.
it's not very attractive.
No.
Doesn't make you want to participate anyway.
No, and that's the tribalism that happened with like Vanguard Saga of Heroes. Because I remember being in the forums and like if you even breathed that you played World of Warcraft, you were immediately labeled this negative thing, and people would literally gang up on you in the forums and tell you, "Get the fuck out of here, you WoW noob. We don't want your fucking kind here. We only want the hardcore, old school. You know, you're a casual gamer. Get out of here." And it was some of the worst tribalism I've ever seen, but that was also 15 years ago, and but I'm seeing the same tribalism from a handful of people, not a lot of people.
I love being accused of being a casual gamer
Right.
because I am.
Click McClay says Pantheon's creators made the project more closed project than open is what it is. I'm not super stoked about the community concept. I'm fucking terrified of it because it's thought police, man. It's exactly what it is thought police. Vowla says Ren hates Pantheon. It's some people seem to think that, despite the fact that my videos are very positive about Pantheon. I was just curious because I know Kel, you'd been in it longer than I have. Like in terms of you were interested in it more than I think I am, and I knew you had been a part of their community for a while. I wasn't sure how long.
Yeah, for my personal community, um, the Reavers, I've been updating all my people on it for like the last 4 years. But other than that, I just haven't really participated with other Pantheon fans.
No, I was in it at the very beginning, and then I just forgot about it for 7 years because I was working on my own project. And now that I'm on the outside as just a gamer again, um, I can actually look at it once again and say, okay, I like this, this, and this, but what about this, this, and this? And making the conscious decision to cover the content. Um, well, you were also there for the conversation last Friday night
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Um, and I think it's unfortunate that I can't cover it without burning bridges, if that makes sense. Like, I want,
if that's enough to burn someone's bridge to you, then that's mostly sad.
and that's on them. That's the thing. It's
Yeah,
like,
right.
that's a them thing, not a me thing. Like, it's like, I'm not saying anything bad about your game. I'm just being provocative with a thumbnail. And if that's enough to, like, make you hate me, come on.
Yeah, if their goal is to build their community, then it's an abject failure. But
Correct.
hey, different strokes again for different folks.
Yeah.
In other game news, I haven't been able to confirm yet, but one of my friends told me that Baldur's Gate 3 is releasing in October
Of next year?
Right.
of this year.
Ooh, I don't know
No.
about that.
No.
That's what I told him. There's no way.
No, they already made the announcement like 3 months ago that they're pushing it back till next year.
Yeah, to next year, right?
Yeah.
I think he probably misread. He got really excited.
Yeah, he
Oh, he's
misread
gonna
for
be
sure.
really disappointed.
Yeah.
It's a
Like,
long way from being complete.
yeah, I don't even know how far the story is along, but the
Um,
mechanics are not there.
what they've shown, what's publicly testable is like between Act 1 and 2.
Uh-huh. I've
Um,
played through all of what's available right
oh,
now
gotcha. Okay.
many times. I'm sort of an avid fan, but I'm a little frustrated that they haven't gotten some mechanics in place yet.
Yeah, I
The
think
big one
somebody,
being reactions.
right. Someone was commenting the other day that they were really frustrated with what did they say? Because it was during a live stream, and they were saying something along the lines of, they're testing all these high level spells and they haven't even worked out the bugs in the lower level spells, and that was the
Right.
critique that someone had. And I was like, well, that's from an outsider perspective, I could understand why you would have that view, but you don't know what's being tested internally, and they are a good team that has done great things in the past, and
Yeah.
I trust them enough to know that if they're testing things this way, it's because they're looking at an overall data set of how these high
Yeah.
level abilities tie into the low level abilities and these mechanics behind the scene that work for both of them. But it's hard for the outsiders to see that. Um, but
Yeah. They're obviously a great development team. It's just frustrating to have
sure,
already bought a game and be waiting for 5 years for it to come out. So,
that's why I have not pre-ordered. I can't think of the last thing I pre-ordered actually.
well,
I know it was probably Cyberpunk. I pre-ordered Cyberpunk,
mm,
and it got canceled like 3 times and moved back. And each
Yeah.
time, each time I would pre-order because I was really psyched about that game. Um, I can't think if I've pre-ordered anything else in recent years. Something popped
it's
up. There is a game that I'm looking forward to that asked me to pre-order yesterday. Not yesterday, but like a couple days ago, and I can't remember what it was now because I went, nah, I'll wait. Oh, Harry Potter, the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy.
They're asking for
oh my
pre-orders for that
lord.
game.
Yeah,
Jeez.
That's horrendous, actually.
I think the pre-orders. I think that was the one I was thinking of. That just let me go confirm that here in a second. But I'm pretty sure it was because they did the recent video as they pushed the date back, and then they did this big overview trailer video and said, and by the way, get your pre-order in now. And I kind of went, I'm good. Like I'm highly anticipating that game, and I'm gonna play the shit out of it once it launches. But I don't feel compelled to buy a pre-order. Like
Who's making that
Right.
game?
uh, company that I don't know anything about.
Okay, so it's not like a big company. I was about to say if it was like a big company asking for pre-orders, but why?
Right, and it's I don't really understand the reasoning for big companies like that to do pre-orders because you've already obviously got the money to put it together and you know you're going to sell 15, 20 million copies when it launches. Like I guess the pre-order is just a way to keep the
I guess it would like keep a baked-in clientele in a sense, but
and also a baked in can I have a couple napkins too, please, Chris? Thank you. Thank you. Um keeps the revenue flowing from an investor standpoint because you're hitting your quarterlies basically.
Right.
Um So they probably do have those responsibilities to investors to consider. Also, good morning, Sane. Not to ignore you, just lots of stuff going on here.
Investors are the worst.
They do have responsibilities and requirements of people. Click says, could have been me complaining about them not having a cleric as a foundation of damage balance with mobs in relation to other classes. No, I think it was somebody different. All right, I have tacos de barbacoa, so I'm going to be somewhat limited. Are we moving soon?
Probably.
All right, I'll hork one down real quick.
Which way do we go? I don't remember. Oh, wait, this is disco, huh? No, this isn't disco. So confused.
yep, we're almost there. Straight through that door.
That's what I thought. Thought we were almost there.
We have everyone with us. Are we missing a? No, everyone's here. Okay, come through the door. We're gonna set up shop here for a moment.
All right. Tacos are finished. So in YouTube chat, Click is saying digital copies largely killed pre-orders. I don't know about that though, because digital pre-orders still come with all sorts of goodies. They're just digital goodies.
Yeah.
It may have killed physical pre-orders, but I haven't ordered a physical copy of a game in, I think, since Vanguard Saga of Heroes Collector's Edition. Everything I've done has
Yeah.
been digital, and I get all sorts of cool PDFs and art books and things of that nature. Valis has a good point too. He says, used back in the day when you ordered a pre-order copy, you could put down $10, and then when it
Right.
got there, you got the rest of it. Now companies want you to shell out the full price to reserve your
Right.
copy. That has changed. That for sure has changed.
Oh my god.
smells good. Way too much onion. Whew, my mouth's on fire.
What?
That's how I know my wife loves me, because she knows I like onions. Whew. I'll wake you
You
up
guys
first thing
follow
in the
me this
morning.
way?
Ooh, that's a pretty room.
Now you see why we call it disco.
Yeah, makes sense now.
All right, we can just charge the dais.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go get that guy. That's just a placeholder anyway.
What spawns
Oh,
here in place of him?
something with a name.
He resisted my slow. Try that again. Got
I
it.
don't know. Kel, what does spawn here? I've forgotten.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a frenzied scarab.
Oh yeah.
Um, some frog here.
Yeah.
And then there's another frog here that passes around that's named
Okay.
And the necromancer guy who drops
necromancer
that
guy. Yep.
thing. Yeah, yeah. As an English teacher, I'm very happy about all the precise language we're using.
What is hitting me?
Had pet issues there, so my last mez got loose.
Oh, it's the wizard. He keeps coming after me. He's pissed at me.
Just call those wife issues, Tavares.
Whew, boy, she's frustrating today. I'm about ready to kick her butt out in the yard. A lot of resists, which is uncommon.
Yeah, I love onions, Sane. Yeah, for sure, Vowlus. Full price. I want my box. Then and there. Get me in and get me out. I want to be in the game. Disco Stew spawns here. I are gooder at English than other people. Click says now we got games being sold that are half finished on Steam. Not just that, you have in development titles that are selling pledges.
What's Nim making into?
Which are not the same thing as a
characters he making?
pre-order. A pledge is something completely
Oh,
different, and pledges don't have legal
I don't think it's decided
obligations.
yet.
So
Not
companies who want to develop a game are selling pledges,
I can minter down on my
and they want
wizard,
the full
so.
amount, non-refundable, and they have huge clauses in
Depending
the
on what
terms
he
of service
chooses,
that
I may
allow them
re-roll
to
the
make
monk
sweeping
because the monk
changes
is
to the
really boring.
game and or never
it really?
develop and never deliver
It's
to
just
you in the first
yeah, it's pretty
place,
boring.
and you willingly give them money because you're pledging to the vision.
That's just,
What's up, Misha? Sorry, Misha. My brain says I has not
I
had
need to get
enough
out there
coffee.
and get the weed eating done.
Oh, you want to hear something funny, Tavares? So when we first moved here, our backyard was barren, like just packed dirt.
Yeah.
And I immediately went like where the old chicken coop was from the previous owners, and there was a good chunk of chicken shit that was there. So I got it all up in a pile and I spread it across the back third of the yard. And then every time it's rained, it has sort of spread that out. And I've tilled and manually tilled with a shovel and done a bunch of stuff. And as a result, here we are 4 months later, 5 months later, and we have grass sprouting everywhere across the backyard. It's still patchy, but it's getting across the whole backyard. And I went and looked at it last week and I went, shit, I'm going to have to get like a weed eater. Did I just make myself have more work that I have to do? Like,
Yeah.
no! And it's a small enough backyard that I could probably get away with it like a little electric weed eater. Like I don't need a mower or anything like that, but it was also just like this moment of going, God damn it, I just made more work for myself, didn't I?
Yeah, it used to take about 2.5 hours to hand mow my lawn, and It was actually a stretch. And then my wife wanted to help. She went out and hopped on the mower, did about half of it, and said, "We're going to buy a rider."
Yeah.
I said, "Okay." So I got a 42-inch Bobcat sitting in the garage.
There you go.
That's the way you do it.
I like riding the mower around. I think it's kind of, especially
Oh,
if
I
you get
love
a
it.
little bit of grass in you, a little
I
bit of
feel like the
yeah,
king of the
Yep.
yard.
I wish they had shocks on it though. It absolutely hurts my man boobs when I
yeah.
bounce across the backyard.
Sometimes I'm doing it. I'm like, I wish a gopher would pop up right now.
Yeah.
Not today,
Jesus.
gopher.
Oh man. But I do. It's kind of fun to get out there and drive around. You just smoke a little bit before you go, or have a couple of drinks, and it's kind of fun to ride around in a lawnmower, kind of buzzed.
My lawnmower has 4 cup holders on it.
Nice.
Yeah. Wow. And I felt special because mine had 2.
Came that way stock, straight from
Yeah.
the dealership.
Yeah, mine has them built in. It's weird. I looked at it, I was like, what are cup holders for on a lawnmower?
Beer.
Absolutely.
Right. It's for beer. Yeah, for sure.
It's for pop. I mean, beer in the fridge. All that good stuff.
My dad just bought a new Cub Cadet, and it actually has a the cup holder is self cooling, so it
Oh
keeps the beer
my.
cold.
That's nice.
Oh no, it's
Oh,
privileged. It's way too privileged.
I definitely under freaking bought mine then, if that's the case.
He just bought his this year. He said he
God.
just retired, so he figured he'd treat himself.
Hashtag the little things.
Yeah, when I went to build this house, I bought 2 lots in the subdivision where everybody was buying one, and then I put my house right in the middle of it.
That's a good plan.
You have a very good plan.
Yep, it was well worth the $7,000 fence to put around the backyard, so I have privacy. And
Mowers for dwarves.
Did you put the fence in yourself?
no, I
Oh,
had a fencing company come in and do it.
I would have just got the post hole digger attachment for that bobcat of yours.
That's well, if I had it by then. See, I didn't buy the
Oh, I see.
mower until after the house was built and the fence was in. But we have dogs, so I've got a dog door in the back. I just open up the big door and they just go flying out the door. The bulldog has a hard time fitting. She rattles on both sides on the way through.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. I got about 3 minutes left till I have to buff.
That's the way to
Yeah,
roll, Click.
our backyard is like 7/8 fenced. I just need to put up that last bit, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Been almost a year now. So lazy.
Oh, I took Tash off. I'm gonna cast that in.
Algo de tomar, agua de avena,
I have to do it without freaking Tash.
un taco más y ya. 4 tacos.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh my god. I have to do this a little different way. Not having
You mean-
Tash on my bar when I put my buff bar up is not
Thank you,
working.
Christina.
Oh,
Yes, that's pretty silly.
we need the AAs with the extra spell gems, please.
Yes, please.
See, I don't remember extra spell gems. I only played up to GOD. When did they add those?
They're available now at Velius, I believe. I don't quote me though, but I think they came in after God and Omens of War or whatever it was.
Okay. because I have no recollection of additional spell gems. So I was like, when did that happen?
Yeah. I didn't know it was a thing until I looked at a screenshot on the official forums, and I was like, "What the hell's happening here?"
All right, fresh rounds of clarity income. Pet break, of course.
Oh, he resisted. How interesting. He resisted my snow. Well, I'll cycle through for rebuffs in a bit. I'm noticing stuff dropping off of Kel and Smartharda.
Oakley dokley.
I get it slow on this other dude before I switch over. Crinkled says AA's in Omen of War. Increase spell gems. So that was right on with your thought process, Kel. Alright, load buffs. Man, I'll tell you what.
What?
Playing so much P99 compared to TLP, and I haven't really dabbled too much in live, but I've watched a couple of Nathan's sessions now of him playing live, and
Ugh.
it's like 3 different games. And I'll tell you one thing I absolutely hate about P99. I didn't even include this in my video. I should probably make another video. Another 5 things I hate about P99. Not being able to have spell sets.
Mm-hmm.
That is like the stupidest shit ever that you should be able to just program in. It's like, and the P99 guys are like, no, it's not the way it was. It wasn't like this in 1999. But they've put other quality of life features in, but they won't put that one in. It's like, come on, guys.
It's their baby. Let them
Yep.
do whatever they want.
Yep. All right. Buffs Inc. Don't run off kill.
I don't think any of the emulated servers for any of the games are exactly the way I would have liked to see them, except for uh, the one for Dayak that's from like Sweden or something,
Hmm.
because it's basically just the way Dayak was. They didn't do anything to it at all.
Well, Kel was telling me there's a server out there that's up to POP, but it doesn't even have like the mouse movement you said. You
Yeah.
have to page up and page down.
You have
I'm
to
like,
F9. You have to F9 and then use page up and page down to adjust your camera.
yeah, that shit is for the birds. Come on now.
Uh,
But that's the way it
yeah,
was in 1999.
I suppose it was.
Buffs on Svartharda now.
I didn't start playing not Dayak, EverQuest until 2001, I guess. So I don't know.
To be fair to that server, once you get over that, they do allow you to box 3 characters, so it's a good experience.
Mm.
Like I had fun playing it because I could do it solo. And the community is fantastic. Better than P99 by leaps and bounds.
Nice. Back in my day, we had to cast spells uphill both ways.
Like I add a character to see if anyone could make what's it called? That chain armor.
Bandit.
Banded, yeah. And not only did people offer to make it for me, but people just started randomly giving me other better gear.
Yeah.
Oh, I
That was
come. Go ahead.
that was my experience on P99 Green when I first started.
I mean, yeah, that definitely has happened, but I mean, like, it was immediately and like multiple people.
Right. Yeah.
I know when Green first started because I was here launch week, and the first few months of Green, it was very helpful, very packed. Everyone was wanting to do that kind of stuff. But when we came back a few months ago, I noticed a complete stark difference. Now we have had some very good community members, some very like the very first session we streamed, we had random people showing up because they happened to see that we were streaming and gave us gear while we were hanging out in Kelith, and I got a true shot bow like first session. So there was some of that going on, but I'll tell you what, like I have tried to get on and play, and I've done it at nights and I've done it in daytimes, and people who say that, oh, just ask Dialport for Dialport, and nothing against Dialport, they are good people. If and I stress the if you can get them to actually like be available when you need them, which is almost never in my case. And I realize that my case is not everyone's case, but every time that I have asked for Dial-A-Port, um, and I've tried morning and evenings, I wait for an hour before someone finally responds to a tell. It's so bad that I will then go to the P99 Discord, and I've put comments in the Discord, hey, is anybody available to do this? And I've had it been 3 hours before someone responds to me in Discord even, and it's that's when I'm like, okay, this population is so low on this server, and people are so, they've already done it. They're not around all the time. You know what I mean? Like they're there, but they're not available as if they would be on a live server. Same thing with like clerics. Everyone always like, well, if you die, just get a cleric, and it's like the night I died in Furiona Vi, Kel looked for a cleric. I don't know how long, but no, we were there for 4 hours. No clerics ever responded. The night Kel died, when we were, I don't remember where we were that night. It was when Jonathan twinked the fuck out of us that night. We were in like Warslick Woods or something, and Kel's monk died. Like, looked for a cleric, no clerics available to come res. It's like there's not P99 has issues with population. It's not the people per se, because the people are good. It's there's just not enough people playing it.
That guy must be back there because that second mom's getting killed. Sorry, go ahead. I'm
Somebody
sorry.
pulling our mobs.
Yeah, we had two on track, and both of them are going to die about the same time. So
Yeah, I hear you there, Vowelist. The people who just stand around and then they're like, but no one wants to do the things that I want to do, therefore this game sucks.
finally start doing some
They
damage.
want to play their version of the game, Vowelist, which is why I always come back to instancing. If you give us instances, we can go play exactly what we want to play when we want to play it, and we don't have to stand around waiting forever to do the things that we want to do. Because I'm guilty of that. Maybe not hanging out in cities, but I'm definitely guilty of, I don't want to log in and do something that I don't want to do. It's like I was talking about this the other day.
There's that hat that nobody can wear.
Yeah, nobody can wear that. Well, it's all it has is AC. Oh, glamour. That seems kind
Mm.
of pointless. Hang on, I had a point I was trying to make, and I got to remember what I was talking about here. I got sidetracked with the loot window. It'll come to me because I know we were talking about playing what we want to play. Um, I'll cycle back around when it comes back to me, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what happened there. My brain fart because I looked at the loot window and I forgot my train of thought. Of course that's what I'm doing. It's my channel. Why wouldn't I talk about me? I know what I was talking about. So in a game where we're all paying monthly subscriptions, right? If we're all paying a monthly subscription, I don't want to have to log on and do what you want to do, or what she wants to do, or what he wants to do. I want to do what I want to do. That's why I'm paying the monthly subscription. I'm paying that monthly subscription so that I can get enjoyment out of the game. Now, my enjoyment of the game is directly related to making forward progress with my character. Your enjoyment of the game might be helping other people. Her enjoyment of the game might be questing. His enjoyment of the game might be crafting. Whose enjoyment is more valid? They are equally valid. Everybody has a different way of enjoying the game, which is why it's very important from a development standpoint when you're designing a game that has a cost per month to play, a subscription. You have to give people all sorts of options to play the game in the way that they want to play it. Not force them into playing a game in a way that they don't want to play it. Because if you try to force people into doing something they don't want to do, they will go somewhere else. This whole idea of camps is why I can't support camps. I can't support camps, and I can't support a tagging system where the first person to tag a mob gets the credit on the mob. I just can't, because that's allowing someone else to have more enjoyment than me, and we're both paying an equal amount of money. No, if we're paying an equal amount of money and we both have equal access to the content, then we should have equal access to the content. I should be able to access that content on demand. And that's why I prefer instancing to open world, because I get my content on demand. Yeah, he does agree. Mine is the most important. Absolutely. Mine is the most important. No.
this kill, I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Are we in a safe spot where you and I can both duck out, or should I wait till you're back for heals?
We got one.
Why don't you go use the restroom first, because mine's going to take longer.
All right, I'll be right back.
Problem with my restroom is it's right by my son's playroom, so if he sees me going by, he's going to call out.
Yeah. Dang kids.
Make a legacy, they said. It'll be great, they said.
Uh,
As soon as everybody's back, I'm gonna take a quick bio as well. So
I just need a fresh cup of tea or two. So sleepy.
All right, you're good, Kel.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Do your duty.
If Kel's not pulling, you could probably run to the bathroom too.
all right,
So,
I'm
and I'll
gonna go
make my tea, and I'll be all covered.
get a couple swift like the winds off, and then all right, gonna head that direction.
Oh, just wait. I have a death mechanic video on Pantheon coming out soon. Probably in the next couple of weeks. I've been just making my notes and getting stuff ready. That's gonna be a fun video because I guarantee you it's gonna trigger. It's gonna trigger a few people. You can get a preview of what I have to say if you haven't watched the video already. I did a video last week or the week before on respecting players' time and companies needing to be very careful about how they design things and how challenge has nothing to do with death mechanics but other components of a game. Um, a lot of what I said in that video will be carrying over into the Pantheon death mechanic video. However, the other video was an MMORPG analysis
All right, I'm
video,
back.
which
Thank
is
you for
about
watching.
all MMOs. The death mechanic video is going to be about Pantheon in particular. Let's see here. Click says, I think Pantheon is going to be a bare bones game, missing the endless, quirky, extra content that makes a world feel alive. I'm never going to get my eyes saw an ice shanty to fish with. Um, I think they're doing the best they can. Just honest to God. Like, I think they're doing the best they can, but it's an untried, unproven team. The Steve Clover hire made me, for the first time ever, um, the Steve Clover hire made me go, I think they actually have a chance of releasing something to the public now. Because I don't buy into the vision. I buy into release dates and a touchable, playable product. Pre-alpha is not enough to get me excited. But Steve Cloverhire made me go, I think they have a chance now. But I just, for MMOs to be successful in the modern era, they have to be. The big thing comes back to player retention, and a lot of people just don't want to accept this. Give me a second here. I gotta make sure that this is all locked down. Keeps interrupting me. There we go.
Poking with the stick.
Mm-hmm. All right, player retention is
All right, my
key.
pets.
In order for them to
Oh, okay.
sustain a large enough player base to have the employees they want or need to be able to make the games that they want to make, they need to sell 1 million box copies. Because you're only going to retain, even Brad himself stated this on the record in a video and in interviews from back in 2014, 3 to 5%
All right.
is the number you're looking at, is what you will retain out of your box sales. And that number is standard. It's actually, I've seen it skew higher towards 5 to 8%, but only 5 to 8% are what you get. And those of you who have been long-term listeners here have heard me tout that number a lot. So if they want
That was close.
30,000 people to play their game, that's 3% of 1 million players. They have to sell 1 million box copies. They are
Oh
nowhere
my god,
near
he
that.
rooted me as soon as he spawned.
And this guy broke.
Which one are we on, by the way? Because my pet has taunt.
The yellow.
The wizard?
Yep.
Yeah, the blue one's a pet, so
Okay.
throwing some tash on him.
Okay, getting him dotted down, and then I'll get a heal on Devaris. Pet taunt should hold it.
Uh,
Yeah, I went ahead and hasted my pet. So
Good luck.
yep, I'm living large right now.
Anyway, they need to do much better things
yeah.
and much bigger things than what they're doing now to make 1 million sales. And I think that's where you see the team being very afraid to use the niche terminology, because they feel that the niche terminology is limiting them from getting to 1 million players. Because those are the numbers they need, quite frankly, to have a sustainable product with the team size that they have. Everybody's based in California. People in California need much more money to live on. There's all these factors that come into what they're going to need to keep the base game going. And if people want to see all the things that they have promised to players and have it come out at a reasonable pace, like within the next 3 to 5 years, then they need 1 million. They need 1 million players, and I think the estimate right now is they've sold in the ballpark of 25,000 copies, maybe 30,000 copies. That's the ballpark that we can estimate from newsletters. Um, so they're a long way from doing that.
Hey, Melkor, I have a question about the UK since
I
you're
hate
from
how many
there.
MMOs do not allow you to
Do
interact with the
people in
world,
the
especially
UK
chairs and
actually
beds.
patronize a business that has the royal warrant more?
Sometimes I want to repeat sit down at a table. Yes, Lotro, when you do a sit near a chair, it pulls the chair out. That is so cool, Valis. It's really cool. My brother and I love that.
Not okay, that's what I would think.
Too many games confuse being hard with being challenging. Yep. So many games have instances that put limits on the number you can run the instance. What do you think about that, Ren? You have to put a number on the instance. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you trivialize the content. To me, being challenging is when it challenges your abilities, but being hard when it challenges your patience. I'll play Bass and Black Bass for SNES. That's retention. The company
Going
might be a
back, right?
Delaware company. I'm not sure, but
What's
they're all
that?
based in
Yeah.
California.
You have to give it right back.
So when I say they're in California,
That
like
bug was still
all of the
right by
core
you.
people are in California, and the cost of living in California is like this. So my cost of living, $500 a month. Cost of living in California, like $6,000 a month. You need a baseline salary that is 10 times more than what I need if you're going to live in California, which is going to drive up salaries, which is going to drive up how much all of the team members need to make in order to keep the game functioning and to build the game in the first place. And yeah, there was a lot of talk about the pro bono work being done in the beginning, but the reality is you can only do pro bono work for 6 months or so before you need to start making money for that because you still have bills to pay. That's where the investment money is going, and the pre-order money has been going to for a very long time, has been going to paying salaries. And they're not paying themselves huge salaries. They're not. But the reality is that the base cost of living where
You're
many of these
buffing
people live in
folks.
California is so high that I think a lot of people would be shocked at how much money people need to
This getting
actually
C anyway?
make in order to just survive in a state like California. Again, I don't know if their LLC is incorporated. Sorry, their corporation. I don't know if their corporation is incorporated in California. I'm gonna go look real quick. But I know they're all based out of California. Those who are not remote. Yep, it's a Carlsbad, California company. Primary headquarters 76688 El Camino Real, Carlsbad, California.
Diehard royalists. Are there still diehard royalists?
I mean, there's still people who play WoW. All kinds of people in the
Fair
world.
enough.
Oh, I need to turn my taunt off on the pet. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, being based in Carlsbad, you have to understand that first and foremost, you've got a corporate tax rate that's higher than almost anywhere else in the country. So that influences businesses, how much the business costs to manage and maintain. Um, Project Poland. Well, there's a reason if you look at like what a lot of indie teams do. is they will specifically make a business decision to, like for example, I've seen five guys get together and they'll go rent a farmhouse in the middle of the countryside where they can get good internet, and the rent is $1,500 a month, and there's five guys living in there. They're paying $300 a month apiece, and they spend 4 or 5 years bootstrapping their project into existence, and then they launch it, they make their money, and they move out of the farmhouse. That's how you bootstrap. You do not bootstrap by basing your company in the state of California, and it just doesn't work like that. California corporate tax is up there. California income tax is up there. And all of that means they need more money to keep the people working than it would be if you say, if you all went and lived in, I'm going to randomly pick a city here. It's not going to be Austin. It's not going to be California. It's going to be Provo, Utah, which has Google Fiber and a much lower cost of living than California. You could go to Provo, Utah. I think it's called Provo. But Provost, I forget. Anywhere you go there, cost of living is a fraction of what it is in California, and you could thus bootstrap from there. Another example is what I chose to do for many years with my companies is I've always picked big cities outside of the U.S. and I've lived in those cities, and I've rented fully furnished apartments, and my cost of living for my wife and I has always been in the ballpark of $1,000 a month max. I think the max we've ever paid actually was $1,200 a month, and that was when we were in Mexico City. $1,200 a month, all costs, including restaurants and entertainment, included in that. Healthcare, everything's included in that. $1,200 a month, and that's fully furnished apartments with fiber and everything else. And if you only need $1,200 a month to live for two people, you can bootstrap your companies without needing to have $6,000 a month of income. What's up, Brian? Good to see you, man. It's like the place we're living at now. We paid $10,000 cash to buy this place. $10,000 cash. We are in the boonies. No lie about that. If any of you aren't subscribed to the other YouTube channel, we are documenting this place. It's like a homesteading type project out in the middle of southeast Mexico. We paid $10,000 cash and bought it outright. No mortgage, no rent, nothing. Our total bills every single month are about $500 a month. That's it. Now that allows my brother and my wife and I to work on the Weave in the Void, which is that world map behind me. We get to work on that at our own pace and bootstrap that project, point and click adventure game, 5th edition tabletop setting, the book series, eventually an open world RPG. We're bootstrapping that. None of us need to take money from the Patreon. So the Patreon funds go to pay people like Nathan Napalm, Becca, and so on and so forth for artwork. And we're not able to pay huge amounts, but we are able to pay people for their time. It allows us to buy assets from the Unreal store. It allows us to pay for all of our cost of business and everything else. The Patreon completely covers all the funds, all the business operating costs. Now, from an LLC standpoint, the LLC is based out of Missouri.
Oops, wrong mess. Sorry.
Missouri does not have the corporate tax rates of California. So we have a very low tax rate because we're an LLC based out of Missouri. And then if and when it ever gets to the point where it gets big enough to support employees, they will all be remote employees. I know a lot of the team members from Pantheon are remote as well, and I can't speak to how much they're getting paid. I think the estimate that I have made along with others is that people are probably drawing around $50,000 a year salaries. Could be less. A baseline of what you would need to survive on is about $35,000 a year. So we could estimate that's after taxes, by the way. So we can estimate that people are probably getting paid between 40 and 50,000 conservatively. And honestly, it wouldn't. There's nothing wrong with startups taking $50,000 a year for salaries. That's absolutely a ballpark average that many startups pay themselves. 50 grand a year.
One of
Because
those names.
after taxes, that's, $38,000, $35,000. I'm on heel duty only for the moment until we see what's going on here.
I'm trying to get my pet under control. That should do it.
Another ad coming. Where do they come from?
They just kind of spawn in this room.
Yeah, that guy came from like the hallway though.
Yeah, they're pathers.
Okay. But anyway, yeah, being based out of California means that their corporate tax is really high compared to where they could be based. That's why a lot of companies base themselves out of Delaware. Also, Delaware has some really interesting laws that protect corporations from being sued, which is why so many companies choose to incorporate in Delaware, even if they're not located in Delaware.
And a wizard pop.
All right, we're on the wizard, right? Looks like it. All right, I'm gonna at least try to get a slow on the wizard. But it's gonna. Ah, shit. Devaris needs a heal.
Got him.
Okay. Trying to stick a slow on the wizard. All right, he's slowed.
Okay.
Candy dance time. Anyway, as far as Pantheon goes, understanding their corporate reality, at least from my perspective, again, I'm not making any claims that they are misspending money or anything like that at all. I'm simply stating that there are realities to being based in California that a lot of people don't factor in when they're thinking about, oh, it's an indie company that's bootstrapping its way. Is it though? Because it's a corporation that's gone through seed funding and Series A funding. Chris Rowan stated that it's already done, it's up to Series B funding now. So they've raised over $5 million in investments plus whatever they've brought in through crowdfunding. That has already made it into a pretty successful small business by most small business standards. But I talked about this in another video the other day when I did the breakdown of the investment money. 25% of that gets taken off the top for taxes. Right off the bat, 25% of that $6 million, let's say, that they've made from pre-orders and investments, 25% gone right off the top. Just for taxes, it's gone. Like that. Shit. Let's see here. All right, using my last greater concentration pot.
I'm gonna give you a
Cool,
stack here.
cool weapon for a paladin.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it took me however many months to go through like 3 stacks of those pots. But I finally used my last one. So 25% off the top just for taxes. Then you have operational costs that get cut off the top of that. So you have lawyers, accountants, server fees, website, hosting, so on and so forth. That gets taken off as well. You can factor in another conservatively 15% for all of those types of fees. There is crinkled, yes. Then are they paying health care for their employees, or are they paying their employees? Because California has some really weird laws about what you're required to do for your employees that work in state, and you have limitations on what you're allowed to do in terms of hiring people from out of state. And you have to cover health care for your employees and things of that nature. So,
Oh, I didn't need that stupid ass
at
movie.
least for the ones that are based in California. So then when you factor in what people are being paid for salaries, there's also the fact that they have to pay the health care. So that $6 million, just take half of that and throw it out the window for taxes, insurance, cost of doing business, operational costs, and logistics. 50% of the money is out the window for the cost of doing business. So they really only have $3 million, and then they use that for payroll. Thank you.
Yep.
Bootstrapping is choosing to go live in the cheapest place possible to develop your product for the cheapest amount possible and worry about other stuff later when you've actually got a launched product. I do not consider Pantheon to be a bootstrapped project at all. No way, shape, or form. That's my personal opinion. It's not bootstrapped. Brian says we drove 3 hours south so my wife can run a Spartan race in the mountains of West Virginia. Yeah, I mean, that's what you do if you're passionate about something. Sacrifice a little bit. Unfortunately, many people believe that, Vowellus, because I don't. I think it's a great project, and I will play the shit out of it one day when it releases. But I'm not Twitter pated by it because I understand business. I've been doing business for 20 plus years. I had somebody the other day who had the balls to tell me that um, to come on one of my videos and make a statement about Embers Adrift, which is the rebranded project that I was working on. There's so many people out there who do not understand the legalities of things that have things that happen and things that are going on. Um, there is a lot of misinformation out there that I somehow took investment money, and it's like none of you know what you're talking about. Um, Bootstrapping a company means all the money went towards paying contractors and cost of doing business. You know, there was um, it's just funny the way people spawn rumors. Um, Someone actually was like, "When's the game that you?" The comment they made was, "When is your game gonna launch, Renfield? Because you made all these claims and took all this money from people, and you're never gonna launch your game." As if that is somehow a sense of like failure or something. And it's like I don't like think a lot of people realize that business is complex. Businesses go through changes all the time, creative differences, executives coming in and out, different people working on different projects over the years. Just because someone's no longer working on a project anymore doesn't signify failure of any means. It's just there were creative differences and there were legalities that are still at play, and there's an arbitration case that'll be going on for another 3 to 5 years probably. And I have nothing to do with Embers Adrift, and their success or failure has nothing to do with me. But that's like, yeah, it's one of those things where people look at that and say you're not allowed to talk about Pantheon because of these reasons, and it's like whatever. Okay. But because I've been doing business so long, I think it, in an arrogant way, I can say this. I don't think it's arrogant though. Some people are going to view it as arrogant. I've been doing business long enough that there are corporate realities and logistics behind the business side of things that I would say 99.9% of people don't understand about Pantheon. They look at it and say it's Brad McQuaid's dream project and vision and yeah, vision. And it's okay to do that, but healthy skepticism is important for any project. I could also rant about Ashes of Creation, but I don't know enough about Ashes of Creation because I don't care about PvP. So you know, I have doubts about that project as well. I have doubts about any independently developed MMORPG that sells pledges instead of pre-orders because there's legal loopholes in that language which allows those companies to do all sorts of things without any accountability, and
Come
that's
on, Rick. Let me
terrifying.
go. Let me sit. Legs are tired.
Yeah, it's about the same as restaurants, Mujin.
Have making
85%.
promises I don't eat frog legs.
85% of restaurants fail within the first 2 years. Fact. Fact. It's the same percentage roughly for video game companies. But it's not even video games, it's just small companies as a whole. Around 85% of small businesses fail within the first couple of years. And as much good information as Chris Rowan gave in the Co-Carnage interview, he also avoided a lot of answers. People asked him a lot of good questions, and rather than giving answers, he would give a rambling response that had nothing to do with the question being asked. Well, you see, this, that, and the other, and I say, and this, that, and the other, and that's really what we're focused on is this. And he'd always spin it back around to we're focused on building a vision. We're focused on building a dream. He would always spin the answers back around to that. Now, he did provide some very good answers to some questions, but he also avoided many questions that were being asked by giving roundabout answers. And that to me speaks volumes that things aren't as perfect as they want you to think. Otherwise, they would have those answers on hand. When's pre-alpha going to end? When's alpha coming? Well, we still need to do this, that, and the other. Well, that's vague. When you're vague with me, I know for a fact that things aren't as beautiful as you want people to believe. That's why you're being vague. Because if you were positive about those things, you would wear them on your flag, you would put them on your banner, and you would tout them as successes, which they rightfully are. That's why they were not afraid to push the number that they had raised from investors, because that's a big number. That's a success. That's a win. There's absolutely, you should be beating the drum and saying, yeah, we raised $2.4 million. We're up over $5 million raised. Fuck yeah. And I agree, that is a fuck yeah. Good job. But also, when you're asked the question, how many employees do you have? Well, we've got around 35. Some of those are part time. No, how many employees do you have? Do you have 7 employees and 20 contractors? Do you have 5 employees and 30 contractors? Like, that's not a difficult question to answer, but he didn't actually give an answer. He said, we have, I guess if you want to look at it from a man hours, we have about 24 people on the books. He didn't give an actual answer to that question. He gave a vague reply, and that's corporate speak for you. That's why I don't pledge, because pledging means you're giving people money without any accountability. And if you read the terms of service, they, along with Ashes of Creation and any other company out there, can do whatever they want with the funding. They can change the vision. They could release a mobile game if they wanted to. Look at Chronicles of Illyria. He is never going to be on the hook for what happened with Chronicles of Illyria because they have released that top-down RTS thing they're doing. I forget what it's called, but it's not an MMO. It's another product that's being released. So Caspian will avoid any sort of court mandated anything because the terms of service clearly state that people pledged the money to Chronicles of Valyria, and Chronicles of Valyria was allowed to do anything they wanted with that money as long as they made a good faith effort to deliver something to the customers. So the only way they're going to be able to try to get him on the hook for anything is to try to prove that there was gross mismanagement of funds, aka fraud, going on. And they have 5 years of development on the books. And even though they may have been overpaying themselves, they may have been making poor management decisions, they may have been developing things in a poorly inefficient way, but none of that comes down to actual fraud. And you have to be able to prove fraud if you're going to prove gross mismanagement or gross misuse of funding. But no one is ever going to get their money back for Chronicles of Valyria, and no one is ever going to be able to hold him accountable for delivering a product that was not an MMORPG, because the terms of service literally and legally state that you are freely giving them your money. You're giving Soulbound Studios your money to do anything they want with. They could change the vision of the game at any point in time. They don't have to deliver you a product for any reason. They don't have to deliver you a product. They can change the product for any reason. They can change the vision with any reason. They can change the terms of service at any time for any reason without updating you, the customer. Read your terms of service when you pledge your money to a company, ladies and gentlemen, because that wording is all about them not having to give you a refund and being able to use that money for anything. Rant off. Hang on. Okay, never mind.
No. All right, go do something useful, pet. All right, Nim.
And my son spilled apple juice all over my entertainment center. I'll be right back.
Oh no. congrats on the ding, Core. I forgot. Sorry.
Was this ABC? I thought it was Disco.
Oh no. Fudge, man, I am just absolutely out.
Sorry, I was doing squats and I was just came back and reading chat. I was like, did I fuck up and tell him Disco?
I'm
Whew.
an idiot. Absolutely an idiot.
I disagree with that entirely, Sane.
All right, going back to
I
sleep.
loved Diablo 3. I love Diablo 3 and I don't see anything wrong with Activision Blizzard as a company. I think they release great games. They might make some poor business decisions, but that doesn't change the fact that as a general rule, I've enjoyed all their games. Yeah, Jonathan, I will definitely still buy D4 knowing those two facts. I love D3 and I love a lot of the games that Activision puts out. Like I also don't get caught up in the political bullshit of I'm never going to buy a game because it's, you know, it's Bungie and I fucking hate Bungie. It's Microsoft. Fuck Microsoft. If it's a good game, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to play it. I don't care who it comes from. I love Diablo. I will therefore buy Diablo. EA is the other one that people love to hate. Like, I'm never going to buy a game because EA did it. You kidding me? Like, Star Wars, Jedi Fallen Order. That game was put out by EA. That's a great fucking game. Great game. Madden's a great game. EA puts that out. Like the baseball MLB the Show, love it. Great series. EA puts that out. Bad games for me are on the heads of the developers, not the publishers. Although in some cases, publishers do make demands of the devs to put out things that are bad for games, but here's another favorite. Here's another rant since Mujin
I
said if I
can't
open
remember
my
what
mouth,
double ABC
I'm
is
ranting.
anymore.
Here's a good one. Everybody likes to claim that New World failed. It didn't. New World is not a failure. New World
Did we go there
has
in our low 50s?
New World has industry standard rates of retention for their player base. They sold 1 million plus copies and they have retained around 50,000 players. 40 to 50,000. That is industry standard for retention rate. By every industry measurement out there, New World was a great success, is a great success, and is continuing to see great success because it has industry standard numbers. But you will see players spouting off the most ridiculous nonsense about how New World is a failure because of server closures and server mergers and I've seen this and I've seen that and look at the fact that there's only 50,000 people playing concurrently on Steam and it used to have 1.3 million blah 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 blah. That's because most players don't know what the hell they're talking about. Exactly, Crinkled. Cyberpunk did not fail. It still sold. It still sold tens of millions of copies. Did it sell as many as they wanted? No, because they did bungle that launch, and I think they have admitted they bungled that launch. Having it pulled from the PlayStation Store was a pretty epic failure, but it still sold enough copies for that game to recoup development costs and make the company a profit. It was a successful game. It's 50% for sure, and then within the first 6 to 8 months, they've lost upwards of 85 to 95%. If a company can retain 5 to 10% of their total box sales, they are doing very good by industry standards. It's yes, New World is, I believe, the only game to date that's been developed by Amazon. The power of Keanu Reeves. I've loved Cyberpunk. Have I played Daok? I don't like Daok. I have tried it, didn't like it. I don't like PvP. EQ is a 22-year-old game. I still come back to it about every 2-3 years. Mostly because there's still an audience for it, and they get stream views. Not as many as I would get on other games, but I have a good core group of friends who like to play these, so. But I tell you what, if it was just me, I would not be playing EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, any of these games. I'd be off doing other things if it was just me. That's your opinion, though, Sane. Your opinion is that they have predatory money grabs and horrible business practices. Now, in some cases, as we've seen with Riot Games, Activision Blizzard, there have been lawsuits. Most of those lawsuits have been settled out of court. Um, they definitely have corporate bullshit happening, but corporate bullshit happens at every single corporation, not just gaming companies. And actually, yes, the fact that they release good games does overshadow the corporate bullshit because every company has corporate bullshit. That's like saying I'm never going to shop at Walmart because Walmart does shady shit. Because Walmart does some shady fucking shit. But everyone still shops at Walmart. Why? Because it's the cheapest place to buy groceries. And when people are living paycheck to paycheck, guess where they're going to buy groceries? Walmart. Because best prices. Amazon. Amazon has some shady fucking business practices. They don't pay taxes when they should because they've got overseas corporations. Does that mean that you don't use Amazon to order things online? Everybody fucking uses Amazon. You might not have a Prime subscription, but people still use Amazon in their day-to-day lives. And they might be using it without even knowing about it because Amazon is also the backbone with their servers for many other businesses that people know and support. So a lot of people like to say, I don't support Amazon because of this, that, and the other. You are still supporting Amazon, whether you're doing so willingly or not, because they are the backbone for so many other businesses. I think maybe they did. I mean, they probably did want those numbers, Mujin, but you have to be a huge, huge, huge success to be able to have 300 plus. I mean, you need to sell a lot of copies at that point. I personally hate Walmart as a corporation. I still buy things at Walmart all the time because I'm not Brad Pitt millionaire. I got to face my economic realities. So I'm going to go shop at Walmart even if I think they have shitty, horrible business practices. Yeah. I think that the only game I could think of that might be able to beat WoW is who knows? Riot has a good thing going right now, and their League of Legends MMO could be a really big thing. Speculation. That's it. Were you laughing about my Walmart comment, Tavares?
I'm not listening to the.
Oh,
I'm
never
sorry, I'm
mind.
not listening.
No
No, I
worries.
was laughing because I'm trying to figure out the proper area on the agrometer to sit down, and there isn't one.
Oh, no, there's not. The timing was just funny because I was making a comment about how we all might hate Walmart's business practices, but most of us are, many people are in an economic position where you can hate them all you want. You're still going to go shop there because they do have the best prices. But the timing of the laugh made me wonder if you were chuckling at that. Don't judge me. I still shop at Walmart.
Oh, I mean, most folks do, I guess. But no, that was. I was at 42 on the agrometer. I sat down and went right to 100.
Yeah, it's wonky sometimes. Rebuffing Kel right now.
Oh man, my camera angle's hosed.
All right, Kel's completely rebuffed. All right, cycling
Anybody know
through
the hotkey? Hotkey for your camera angle? Looking
F9.
straight down. Oh god.
F9 will cycle through, and then I think is it the home? Maybe number five on your keypad might like reset it to straightforward.
I've got it. Thank you. That F9 worked perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah, the struggle was real right there.
I was like, help! I lost my view. Help! I can't miss. All right, I'm Ohm doing the canny dance. Well, that's assuming they actually wanted to retain 300K. I mean, that's the rumor. I don't know that I've ever seen them actually state that.
Sorry. I, such an inconvenience for this mom to be at 25% and I can't sit down.
Nice, Brian. That's epic. There's also something liberating about losing a bunch of weight and training for a marathon run. It's a personal achievement. That's something you're never going to get sitting around playing video games, I'll tell you that much. But is it really a pile of crap? I mean, it's great to have an opinion about something, but you can make bold statements like I'm not alone in my opinion. You're not. You're not alone in your opinion. There are a lot of people that like to hate on EA and Blizzard and all these other companies. And you can say that just because they paint a pile of crap gold doesn't make it a pile of gold. Sure, you can say that. But from a business standpoint, they are a successful company that's making money, that's making their investors money, that's doing all the things a corporation is supposed to do in a capitalist society. You may not like their business practices, but they are doing all the things they are supposed to do in the society that we live in. So, by the definition of that, they aren't doing anything wrong. Yes, they have corporate issues, corrupt officials, scandals. What company doesn't have
I'm
those?
gonna dot you up. Give you a reason to come see me.
They produce thousands of games per year, the vast majority of which are hugely successful and extremely fun, which is why the video game industry grows every single year. And we get big franchises out of these big companies like Fortnite, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, World of Warcraft. Like some of these genre defining games have come out of these huge corporations that have the money to make these big ass games that go on to be genre defining games. Like I hear a lot of times, as using EA as an example, EA is often thrown under the bus because people say, "We hate loot boxes," and look at what they did with Star Wars Battlefront 2 and the loot box controversy. Sure, one little blip on a radar that was controversial, but if you look at loot boxes as a whole, they make billions and billions of dollars. So from a monetary standpoint, from a business standpoint, loot boxes work. Are they predatory? I don't know. That depends on the person. That's like saying all alcohol is bad because a few people are alcoholics. Gambling is bad because a few people have compulsive gambling. Smoking is bad because a few people get addicted to cigarettes. Loot boxes are bad because a few people get addicted to loot boxes. It's the same argument that can be applied to many, many different industries, not just video games, in terms of the loot box thing. So, do loot boxes make EA a bad company because they have loot boxes in many of their games? If we're going to say that, then hopefully you're also pointing the same finger at alcohol companies, tobacco companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, casinos, PokerStars.net, horse tracks, bookies. Using the EA example of a lot of people that I've listened to will come back to the Battlefront 2 fiasco with the loot boxes and say that's why EA is a bad company. And I'm going to look at that and go, meh, I don't have anything against loot boxes. Like, I don't like them, but I also don't have anything against them. I choose not to participate. I will always happily pay a sub for a game if it has the option. EA has put out a lot of good games for me over the years. Like, I've gotten thousands of hours of entertainment out of EA games. What's up, Joe? I am having a wonderful Sunday morning so far. Liam coming in for $4.99. Super chat saying good morning. Thank you very much, Liam. I appreciate good morning to you as well. This is a good reminder of everyone as well. Make sure you go follow. There's a few people in chat who have YouTube channels that you should be following. Check out Mujin's channel. Just click his username. It'll take you to his YouTube channel. Check out Joe Allen Music. It'll take you to his YouTube channel. And check out Liam's Lyceum. Take you to his channel. 3 of our long-term community members. Check them out. Supporters here on the channel. Joe does a lot of music and reading. I think you're still doing. Are you doing the Morrowind series right now? Reading in-game stuff for Morrowind, Joe? Mujin's working on Twitch streaming and YouTube videos. And Liam's got his Liam's Lyceum where he does book reviews, so check those folks out. Crinkled says, the smell of stale beer and cigars at the racetracks with my dad. That's a core memory right there. It is, yeah, for a lot of people. By the way, this is a great moment to say, if you're here and you like what you see or hear today, because I do rant about a lot of stuff when I'm streaming, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. I'm going to do my pilot announcement now, as some people have referred to it. You can do what Liam just did. You can support the channel with a super chat or a sticker. It's down there in the chat area. You can click that button with the $sign on it, and you can contribute to the channel. This is my 3rd month as a content creator, fully supported by the community. You can also join as a member of the Adventurers Guild down there, $2.99 a month. We just did our 3rd video in the Lotro Chicken Coop series yesterday for our members. Above and beyond that, you can also go to patreon.com/wandering hermits if you want to learn more about our 5th edition tabletop setting, our point-and-click adventure game, and the book series that I'm working on with my brother and my wife. And every Sunday night we stream with Nathan Napalm, Bounty Code Sparrow, Skinny, my brother and my wife, as we're on episode 9 tonight of the Weave and Void campaign. You can get a copy of our point-and-click demo at the Patreon page. You can also get a copy of our 5th edition tabletop setting and the first module, level 1 to 4, an Escape from Parthana is what it's called, at weaveandvoid.com if you want a standalone copy, or you can subscribe as a Dungeon Master over at the Patreon and get that as part of your tiers, along with map packs, art packs, so on and so forth. We're about to wrap up that prologue campaign and get into Season 1 starting in September. We got about, I think we're estimating 18 months to do that campaign every Sunday night. So we got a long road ahead of us. So hopefully you'll tune in every Sunday night at 8 p.m. Central, twitch.tv/Weave and Void. Yeah, but don't you have a YouTube channel too, Mujin? Whatever. Go follow Mujin on Twitch too. Cranky Pants. Mr. Cranky Pants. YouTube is also great. Mr. Cranky Pants. Accept it. Accept the YouTube. Embrace the love. But yes, Mujin also has a Twitch channel. He streams on Twitch, but he ports videos over to YouTube. We're all cranky, sir. I'm a big fan of Earl Grey with a touch of milk and sugar, or just a regular old breakfast tea with some milk and sugar.
What level are you now, Renville?
I am 60% into 48.
Nice.
Slowly but surely chugging along. If we get about a level per session, I'll feel good moving forward because we're getting into that territory.
We will. We'll need to be closer to the 4-hour mark, though.
Sure.
We have
Yeah,
to
no,
wake
for
up
sure.
and get started at 7.
Well, what I need to do is stop doing so much other shit is what needs to happen. Because on Saturdays I do kind of have a cutoff at 10 because I have so many other things. Sundays I'm okay to do like the full 4 hours usually.
Yeah.
Because I always do I do video production on Sunday, so I do my 3 videos for Sunday, but I don't do anything until 7:30 at night for the tabletop stuff. So I've got this huge bracket from 11 to 7 for me to do video production. And then Chris and I usually watch a few episodes of Netflix on Sundays, and then occasionally we'll do like a barbecue. It's almost like a day off, but not quite.
There are no days off for a
Unfortunately, not
self-employed individual.
exactly that. There's no days off for self-employed individual. Oh, Melkor, you coming? We're getting spawns all atop of us. All right, I'm gonna do the candy dance and stop talking for a minute. And watch my own health. Exactly that, Mujin. No days off until my passive income can support my minimums. We're a ways out from that. And I've been ballparking, and I think I can get there by December. I think as long as the growth continues at the rate it's been going between this and the Patreon page. Joey and I still haven't tapped into the Patreon page, but if it keeps growing like it does, I think by the end of the year we might be able to actually take like a 25% chunk, which would be nice. We also need more artwork from Nathan and other stuff, so priorities. You probably heard more than one rooster because there's like 20 roosters around us. Oh, sorry guys, I forgot to push the mute. Sitting here spamming my group members with all my random shit.
You don't mind, otherwise it's just silence for us.
Yeah, I think there are literally there's another rooster. We have 4 roosters. Our neighbor has 3 roosters. Our direct neighbor, and the other neighbor over here has, I think, 2. There's at least 10 roosters in the direct vicinity of our house. Ours are getting slaughtered, though. I think we're killing the first one in the next week or 2, I think.
Fresh chicken.
Mm-hmm. They're
Poor
right at
baby.
3 months old, 4 months old, something like that. It is 9:30 in the morning where I live. I'm on Central Time.
Veal chicken.
Chicken. Mm. That was probably a good one right there. Joe says he would raid your voice chat if he could, Kel.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
A good brandy is tasty.
How old are your roosters? You said?
3 or 4 months. I'd have to ask
Oh,
Chris exactly.
yeah, they're too old to neuter. Turn them into capons.
She's keeping the 2 hens and
Do
1 of
you
the roosters.
just suggest decocking a cock? This is getting pretty dark.
It used to be super common.
Yeah, everyone loves chicken nuggies. Mm.
After that happens, do you give them a bag of peas to put on it?
Cool it down a little bit.
Yep.
Singing a
Pick-
falsetto after.
Well, their testes are up inside of their rib cage, so probably not.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go looking for those.
Well, you're not a farmer.
Bum 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 bum.
However, my grandparents were their entire life, and I grew up in a
Right.
state that is strictly farming.
Mm.
My greatest joy was watching calves running to electric fences.
Just a lick. Just a little lick.
Yeah, and then watch them buck for a while.
I mean,
There's nothing more satisfying than getting pecked when you're trying to get eggs out from underneath the hen.
mm, yeah, there is. Giving a mean old rooster to the workmen who come to your house to do some work.
Yeah.
Vengeance is mine.
My sister-in-law's got a little banty rooster that hates everybody and
Phantom
everything.
roosters. Phantom roosters are awesome, though. They think they're so tough, and there's this, they weigh like 13 ounces.
Yeah.
I want a duck. I think a duck would be fun.
You just need to
Almost.
talk to my brother and my sister-in-law, Kel, because they have ducks and geese and chickens and duck eggs out. Like my sister-in-law is, I swear it's like a full-time job. Her trying to get rid of duck eggs on Facebook.
Duck
Weird.
eggs are awesome.
Yeah.
They have so many ducks.
Yeah,
I
I
would
almost
like
hit somebody's pet on the road, pet duck and grouse the other day.
I would like to have a pet goose because I hate people.
They're mean. I couldn't have
I
one of those.
know.
Yeah,
I
they're
I
want.
could
little
imagine.
a-holes.
I could imagine Helena walking around with an attack goose.
Yeah.
She's on a leash. Sick
Make
boy.
sure it's a Canadian one. Those are the real mean ones.
Uh, need some geese and some guineas. All the mean stuff.
They say guinea meat's pretty good, but I've never had it.
Me either.
Pillar of Frost. Yeah, chicken nuggets sound freaking delicious. Although I did just have 4 tacos de barbacoa. Those were delicious too. Fresh from the butcher shop right down the street. It's 90 seconds down our street. They have a butcher shop. That's where we're buying all our meat right now. And they do barbacoa and fresh chicharron every Sunday morning. But if you want the nice crunchy pigskin chicharron, you got to get there at like 6 a.m. because they sell out of that. That's the stuff they sell out of the most and the quickest.
We're getting to the level we could start thinking about going to Plane of Hate to get
Could.
that
We
planar
could.
armor for the shaman. Is there monk planar armor?
There is.
Where's it at?
Let me check.
I know mine's in Plane of Fear, which is a bit tougher.
Drops off those gorillas.
Plane of Fear.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we're ways from Plane of Fear.
Be better off waiting until Velius.
I was
Yeah.
just thinking of the same thing because I would much rather just go straight for my Thurgadden armor.
Yeah, well, Plane of Hate's so easy that
I heard so the dragons and the giant factions both have armors too.
Yep. It's the
Yeah.
dragons. It's the dwarves, dragons. Excuse me, dwarves, giants. I believe the dragons also have an armor set as well. It's been very long ago, but I think that's just like you can either choose to do the progression or you can just choose a faction. Um, but yeah, it's dwarves, giants, dragons. As yeah, Melkor just confirmed.
are they all about the same? Or?
That's a good question. That's the part I don't remember. I don't remember if they are all the same and you just pick, or if it's a progression where you go, you need to get the. I can't remember. So correct. I'm just gonna speak out of turn here. It might be that you get your dwarf armor to get your giant armor to get to the dragon armor, but it also might be that you pick a faction and choose. That's the part I don't remember because it's been so long ago.
Yeah, because best in slot for my warrior is a mixture of all the different factions.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I
get
think
to choose one and then just faction manage.
that's what Melkor was saying. I think most people just pick a faction and stick with it because it takes so much rep grinding to get, and not everyone wants to destroy their rep. Like if we're all choosing to do Coldane faction, but one of you wants to do Kale faction, we're kind of fucked because we're gonna basically have to do our Coldane armor first so that we have the faction to get it, and then we would turn around and do the Kale armor for that one person who needs it because we're gonna have to trash our dwarf faction to get it.
And will it all be garbage when Plane of Hate comes out? That's the other question.
Yeah, plain hate part B or whatever it is.
Right.
It depends on if you are gonna be actively rating that or not. If you're someone like me, it's probably not gonna matter. And yes, the dwarf armor is the easiest to get because it's literally just kill giants and kill Drackle and go hunt gems in Velk's Labyrinth. That's it.
That's cool.
Good to me. Plus blue dwarves.
hmm
Whatever is easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for whatever's easy because I'm lazy and I only play 2 days a week.
Same.
I do not have restaurant options, and it sucks ass. I miss the city. I miss the big city. I mean, I like the tranquility of living out here, but sometimes I do miss being able to like walk out the door and go to a Subway or like go to Uber Eats and order Indian or whatever, because there is
Which is
nothing
better for your
out here.
mage nim? Because if it's better for my warrior, I might
Did you see
follow along.
did you see my YouTube short yesterday? I made campfire um
Yeah, dragons was the best for warrior too.
campfire Philly cheesesteak yesterday. It was good.
You think the Thurgonin armor was the best for the monk though, so that works out perfect.
Red dude, look at you.
Cause yeah, that wood-fired Philly cheesesteak yesterday was pretty epic.
Oh,
Delicious.
that
Yeah.
pan of stuff looked good.
The only thing I didn't have was like I didn't have provolone, so I just used queso de Oaxaca, and I didn't have there's no like good
Oh,
bread
pizza.
options out here, so it was just hot dog buns. It was like it's what we had. It was still delicious, and I like that wood smoke flavor added to everything.
Thanks for the heals. I'm gonna try to sit down here shortly.
Yeah, I did a quick YouTube short yesterday. Yeah, they were like last minute clutch item.
Skirmishes.
The named, I think. I've never seen it before.
Fox Scarab? Yeah. I don't remember what it drops though.
That's how it is where we live. It's too hot outside to enjoy anything. Like in the city, we would go walking 2-3 hours every day, but not here. It's too humid.
You have spear.
Oh, and sweet shovel.
Dude, I want that shovel. Beetle
That spear's pretty good.
stinger.
Holy crap.
Yeah. My goodness, that is a nice spear.
Let's see if that's better than what I have. No. It's not. I mean, the stats are nice, but this one has 40 mana on it, so.
It can go in your range slot.
Ooh.
Oh, it can? We don't have any
No
warriors, do we?
Nope.
Did not know that could go in my range slot. Where the hell is my range slot? Get rid of that stupid lantern.
Well,
Woot! Help! It's the alarm! Yeah, I got mine set for 75. Coffee beans. Tea was delicious, but need coffee. Yeah, I always need coffee. Tea does not support me, Joe. Six. Oh man, if they could do that across the border, Chris would love sheep's milk. She loves sheep and goat milk. Everybody get a chance to check out the Lotro chicken coop build video from yesterday? Finally got the final design. I think it's the final design laid out for everybody. Give everybody a breakdown of how we're doing that. And I think we're going next Monday, not this Monday, but next Monday. I think we're going to actually purchase all the lumber. That's what we go over in yesterday's video. So if you're a member here, don't forget to check that out.
All right, working on Mez.
I'm on heal duty here.
We may need a bunt.
Yep. Find time for clarity to fail. I'm just teasing.
All right, everything's down. You have a fresh clarity. So
I know. I was watching Kel. I happened to be on him and it was fading, so I was just laughing.
There's a slime-coated harpoon. Look at that.
Telling the shaman how to do his job. Jesus, somebody smack that shaman. Tavares is going to boot me out of the group soon.
For what?
Stop telling me about my timer, damn it.
I'm surprised you couldn't hear it going off when I keyed
No,
up.
I did. That's why I was laughing because I was for some reason I was like I saw Kel's flashing and I was like I thought he just did mine. Why is mine flashing? And then I realized I was looking at Kel's, not at mine.
Yeah, I was right in the middle of the. We got all these right in the middle of my cast, my buff.
Yeah,
So
that's why I was making the snarky comment
nuts.
because it sucks. It's like the worst timing. And then your pet breaks in the middle of it, and it's like son of a bitch.
I can't really say any curse words because my granddaughters are in the next room. So
Yeah, understood.
there was a lot of internal conflict. Yeah, those two little girls will call me out. They'll go run to Yaya.
Grandma,
Papa's
grandma.
saying bad words.
Yep. I actually have memories when I was a kid and I was still a goody two shoe little church boy, and I remember ratting out my brother and I ratted out a couple of friends for saying bad words when I was 11 years old or something. I distinctly have those memories, and they plague me to this day. I was a fucking rat. Nobody likes a rat, man.
I remember sitting at the dinner table when I was about 12, 13 years old and dropped the F bomb, and it was silence for about 3.5 minutes till I got my butt kicked. My brother was over there going, oh boy, he's going to get whooped. He was enjoying it.
Need my popcorn.
Yep.
Misha says, reminds me I need to
It
drive out
was
to
an
the goat
accident.
lady. It's a bit of a
Mm.
drive.
I remember the first time I did that, I said, dropped an F bomb. I didn't do it on purpose, but I still got my mouth washed out. I was trying to talk like Daffy Duck, and I said suffering succotash, and
Didn't quite come out as planned.
no, still got my mouth washed out pretty good.
Man, those are
Never had that
things.
happen.
Oh wow, I was gonna say those are things that my generation, and I guess because Swarthard is a generation above me. Um, I think my generation might have been the last generation to do that. I don't know, but I distinctly remember my mom's two weapons of choice were a bar of soap, put it in the mouth,
Hmm.
bite down. I want to see teeth marks when I pull, and then you have to keep the soap in your mouth for 30 minutes, and that's it.
Ugh.
And then the other one was a tablespoon of Tabasco. But with me, the Tabasco,
I would just laugh
it
about
didn't
that.
bother me after like 3 months of
Right.
it. I was like, whatever. And so she preferred the bar of soap for me because that was the one that was like I really didn't like the bar of soap. That's child abuse these days, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it only happened once
Oh, I
for
got hit.
me.
No, I got.
I I didn't curse much as a child.
Mine wasn't for cursing so much as it just was for back talking.
Oh,
I
I didn't
was
do that.
I was
I said
constantly.
yes, ma'am, whatever
Oh
they
no,
wanted to hear, and then I went and did whatever I wanted to.
no, I
You
was
strike me as someone who would need the last word, to be honest.
who me? Or
Sometimes, as
oh
a
yeah,
teenager.
oh yeah,
Um,
dude. I used to get yelled at. My whole thing. My dad was rebellion is the sin of witchcraft, and he would constantly quote like Second Samuel, whatever that quote about rebellion is the sin of witchcraft, and witches are to be burned at the stake, and all this other shit. And I was not a pleasant teenager. We don't have a good relationship, my father and I, because I was absolutely I'm a Type A personality. He is a Type A personality. Um, and I didn't like having rocks thrown at me or being beat with sticks, and so I fought back and talked back and got kicked out when I was 15 and a half.
mm,
Last word. I don't know what you're talking about, Kel. I will say the one thing that's been really hard to break all of these years is, despite the fact that we have our disagreements, I have many of my dad's personality traits and problems, which have carried over into my adult life that have been very bad habits and hard to break. The tone of voice is the biggest one I have an issue with, and that's just because I was raised that way, and so the tone of voice, the way I talk to people, um, it can sometimes be wrong, especially like with Chris. When we get into arguments, or it's not even arguments. Sometimes my tone of voice will get very condescending, and I don't mean it to be condescending. And the good thing about Chris is she's not afraid to call me out on it. And she'll literally just stop me in the middle of whatever I'm saying and say, "You need to watch your tone of voice right now." And it's like, all right, fair enough. You're right. I do.
Yeah, it's best to keep your disdain for other people on the inside.
Just internalize and say gross.
That's it.
I don't think that's ever been my thing to keep it inside.
Oh,
So it makes for entertaining YouTube videos.
Yeah, the men in my family tend to bottle up their anger.
Oof, that's
Very
not.
healthy. Very
That's
very
yeah,
healthy.
so healthy.
yeah.
Yeah, I
That's what we
remember.
do too.
I remember when I was probably 18, 19. I wore a "Boys Don't Cry" T-shirt to work from The Cure, and
Mm-hmm.
that stage of my life. I was really into The Cure, and I wore that shirt to work, and it was a bunch of construction workers, and my dad literally like made fun of me in front of the whole crew, and I was like, oh yeah, it makes sense that you would wear that shirt because you do cry an awful lot, and it was like, you're a fucking prick. like I'll never forget. I had a congestive lung failure when I was 22, and just all sorts of issues with huffing concrete dust, smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day and stuff. And I developed some post-traumatic anxiety issues when they were because I had to go on inhalers for like 18 months to clear all the junk out of my lungs, and it was a painful process, and there was a lot of anxiety and stress, and I ended up having an episode where I was driving on the highway and had like a panic attack because I was having chest pains, and ended up like woke up doing like 95 miles an hour on the shoulder and like pulled over my truck and had like a meltdown and went to the doctor, and they put me on Paxil, which is like a antidepressant sort of thing, anti-anxiety medication, along with Xanax. And I went to a family dinner, like 2 weeks after I'd been on the medication, and my dad literally made the comment. We're literally sitting at dinner, and he goes, "Well, I like you on this medication because you don't say anything." And like his mom was there, and like I've never seen my grandma get pissed at him, and she like smacked him. It's like, "Don't you talk to your son that way?" And I was just like, that's how we have always operated. Is that level. Personal trauma for the win, everybody. It makes you into a better person.
Uh-huh.
Gross.
Yeah, it is gross. If you could survive it, it makes you into a better person, or it can. It also leave you with bitter, traumatized memories that you take out in PvP against other players.
That's why I play World of Warcraft PvP, because I hate my childhood.
Oh, I thought that was because you hated yourself.
Oh yeah, well, those are my teenage years, Rolf.
Right.
Smoking cloves under the bleachers while playing World of Warcraft PvP.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. There was no World of Warcraft when I was a teenager.
There wasn't outside though.
There was. That is true.
It was pretty gross, so I didn't go out there much.
A lot of my issues out in football. Football was a godsend.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh
Any
yeah.
athletics is though, for that matter.
I've heard that like wrestling, football, physical contact, sports I think are a good outlet for a lot of people.
I grew up in a wrestling state. I never had the ambition to have somebody's junk in my face while we were wrestling around on a mat.
Oh, Brian, I could tell you all sorts of times
I
that my
did not
dad has
enjoy
taken the
any kind of
Bible out of
wrestling until I got into
context.
martial arts classes with women.
Well, that's a different that's a different story.
Yeah.
College, I took massage therapy class.
Also,
Weren't a
spare
whole
the
lot of
rod,
guys.
spare
It's
the
pretty
rod, spoil
nice.
the child, and rebellion is the sin of witchcraft were two of his favorite quotes. My other favorite was this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you.
Where's that knight at? There he is.
Oh, we've all sorts of friends coming to say hi.
I didn't pull him. Just saying.
You want that, Kel?
Yeah, that'd be great.
While in Wounded Warrior Unit Recovery playing WoW was heavily not recommended. What faded? Okay. Can I get a refresh on group Chloro, please?
Once I have mana, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Oh crap! I didn't give you C. Ooh.
Oh, I must have got my.
Sorry, my man.
Game. Game.
Yep, that's it. I resign.
I feel justified in like making, talking shit a few minutes ago. Then
Yeah,
Ah,
I'm glad I could help you.
I felt guilty because I
just
was
remember
just
that main
doing it.
assist next time.
I was doing it to be sarcastic, and there we are. Just completely
Yeah, I
forgot.
left our box healer out without clarity. But by gosh, our monks got it though.
Yes, he does. He is thinking
Oh, I got
fast.
made fun
That's for
of,
sure.
Brian. I got fired 7 different
Oh,
times working for my dad. He would fire me. We'd hate each other for 3 or 4 months. Then he would rehire me and I would come back because he would offer me like
oh no,
five
sweetie.
dollars an hour more than he offered me before, and I always needed the money because it was the
It
only thing I
wasn't
knew how to
him. He
do.
knows.
I'm gonna
And
lose my
so he
bed
would
here in
always
a
get me
minute.
back because I would need money, and so I would come back and work for him for about 6 months, and then he'd fire me again, and it was a on and off process for many years. Xanax was the army go-to instead of Paxil. I mean, yeah. Did Kelskill just go LD?
Oh, get my butt.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know why. I think I might be charmed.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm charmed. Good thing I
Tavares.
feigned death.
Oh, my health
Who
too is kind of
charmed you?
nasty.
Oh
Somebody's
my
still
god,
trying to
I'm getting
root
my
you.
ass kicked.
Yeah, I had to self-heal coming. Woo! Double heal.
Now I'm feared.
Is that the necromancer that's doing that?
Yep.
He
Alright.
didn't do this before.
No, he did not.
Nope.
Oh, he's
That's
coming
alright.
after you too.
One problem taken care of.
He's dotted the shit out of him now.
Yeah, I'll put a second dot on him.
Alright. Low on mana here.
A little extra tough version of Ixar Necromancer.
Yeah.
Makes Melkor look a little weak. uh,
Jesus, I usually like to be taken out to dinner before getting fucked like that. Good lord.
I didn't even get a kiss on the neck.
Yeah, right? Not
No.
even a sniff of the shampoo.
Yep, yep.
no tail stroking, nothing.
My my standards are lower than dinner at this age.
I mean, Xanax worked. I mean,
Woo-wee,
I was
clean
on,
living
I was
there.
on, I was on both Paxil and the Xanax for about 18 months, and then I was once I got clear of all the symptoms, I didn't have
Well,
any
that's
more
my daily
anxiety
glutes workout.
issues.
Don't have to worry about
But
that
my
now.
panic issues related to when I would have chest
I
pains.
may need a
It
fresh
was
robe.
it was chunks of
Good thing you
concrete
brought the
and
brown
tar
robe.
coming out of my lungs and like working their way up through the trachea, and it was an extremely painful
Oh, you
healing process to get over and get all that stuff expelled out of my
stun
lungs. And
sucker.
every time I would have those chest pains, I would have a panic attack because it would feel like a heart attack was coming on or something. And so it was just the process of your body expelling all of that waste, and it was not a good time. But I definitely preferred the Xanax to the Paxil because the Paxil just made you dead inside. Like it was just like, ugh. Whereas the Xanax is more like a muscle relaxer, But the Paxil just makes you not give a shit about nothing. Just kind of
Oh, my
strips you out of
dog is
emotions.
growling. She's just snoring.
All right, I'm gonna start to med up for the buffs here in a few minutes. All right, you guys good for a couple minutes here? I need to take a quick bio.
Sure.
All right, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Also a druid spell. All right, loading up my buff bar. Oh, why did my dexterity not spell? Oh, I forgot to buffs. All right, you have something that's blocking my dex buff, and I don't know what it is, Svartharda. Hmm. I could put it on Kel. What the hell do you have on you that can block?
I can't imagine what would block it.
Whatever just faded, Vampiric Embrace?
That's my life tapping proc.
Oh, well, it just faded and I'm able to suddenly stick it on you. Before I was getting a message that's telling me your dexterity spell would not take hold on Svarthara. That's the only thing I've seen that is faded.
I I think I just have too many buffs.
Oh, is there a cap on buffs?
Think so.
If there's a cap on buffs, then that's what it was. Then you just once the Vampiric Embrace faded, it allowed me to stick another slot on.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Melkor just said there's a cap. Well, that makes total sense now. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I got all your buffs plus all the other ones plus a potion or two, and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Oh,
My plague overwrote somebody's something. I was testing out a new spell that I just got. I think it stripped somebody else's dot.
Congrats on the ding.
Thank you. That's a pretty powerful level for shamans because I got 2 brand new dots. I got a poison dot and a disease dot on the
Yep.
ding.
49.
Yeah, that's and those things do a
Yep.
shitload of damage.
They do.
Joe says, "Mr. Success, coffee, bacon, and donuts." Oh, donuts sound so good. There's nobody that sells donuts in our town. Nobody. Did I miss picking up a spell? No, there's literally no level 50 spells. Okay.
No. No. Not for
What?
shaman.
That's weird.
It's
There's
really
Yeah.
no
weird.
there's no 49 for Channer.
Yeah. That's okay. There are Kunark level 50 spells.
Oh, I haven't checked into the Kunark ones. Let me do that right now.
Oh, for Christ's sakes.
Okay, there's Crag's Salve, Talisman of Jacinth. Which I think I have the talisman on me. Yes, I have the talisman on me. Got that to drop the other day. Crag's Salve.
I think you can just buy that one
Yeah, it
from.
says I can buy it in the over there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's level 50. Level 51 is Turgor's Insects. That's the next slow spell.
Right.
Also sold in the over there. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you get there's actually quite a lot of spells throughout the Kunark.
There's the shaman spell right here.
And Channer.
Yep.
Nice.
I will step aside if you don't have it. I
Um,
don't have it, but
go ahead.
I said I don't have it, but you'd probably be using it more than I would.
I
Um,
have a ton of spells on my other characters too. I'll check for shaman and enchanter spells.
I actually don't do a lot of the debuffing at the moment. The only thing I do is slows because I don't have enough mana because I'm slowing and healing. So if you want to grab that for your enchanter, it might be more useful for you.
All right, fair enough.
Because I literally am only doing slows and heals and buffs. I occasionally do damage on the boss mobs, but most of the time I'm just a heal bot. And slows. Lots of slows, if I can. When I can. There's a very good line about the difference between being a good leader and the boss. Is the boss will point his finger and say things like, my way or the highway, I write the checks, shut up and do it my way or I'm going to fire you. A leader will get down in the mud and show you how it's done in a respectful manner and teach you how to do it in a way that doesn't demoralize you or make you feel like you're a stupid piece of shit. One of the best jobs I ever had was working for a guy as a subcontractor. His name was John Porter, and that dude, he would always he let me run as a contractor, paid me piecework. I made really good money. Oh shit, what happened to my?
You died.
Yeah, that was quick.
How'd you die?
Checking the combat log right now.
Low health aggro maybe from Canny.
I wasn't doing canny. What I was doing is um, talking in YouTube and not paying attention to my health, probably. I will need to run back, right? Nobody's got any tokens.
Yeah, don't got any tokens on me.
Yeah, no tokens here.
Bump, dump, bump. Ooh, and I donged to 48. Sad face. Anything seeing biz between me and you?
Actually, could be yes.
You gotta be real careful coming through Track's teeth because all
I'm
those frog
bound.
locks.
I'm bound at the entry.
Oh, okay. Well, you're good then. Yeah, just be careful. Watch out for shamans and wizards.
I can always sucre us with the druid if we would rather just go get him.
That's probably the safest thing because he's probably gonna die if he just tries to sneak over here.
All right, fair enough.
Shamans are tougher than clerics, but I know I couldn't do it with my cleric.
All right, good, because I can use the bio real quick. What
Yeah, take your 5 minutes.
do we got till 11? Is that what it is?
Yeah, we only got about 30 more minutes. I'm watching my video now. I'm watching the replay to figure out what exactly happened because it was fast, like really, really fast.
You didn't dot yourself, did you?
I'm watching the playback. I've never dotted myself in the past, but and I didn't see that. I didn't see any dot damage in the.
I have done it on Rolf and I died very quick.
Well, I didn't see any dot damage in the combat window. That's how I'm looking.
Okay.
So I was low health, and I healed, and then it turned around and got me with low health aggro. So,
Yeah.
but I think it was just I was getting hit. Hang on, I'm really trying to find this out. I think I literally did canny myself to low health and got low health aggro is what it looks like.
Mm.
Because I was doing canny while I was talking and not paying attention. And then I hit. Yeah. It was on my pet for some reason. And then my pet lost aggro and it came straight for me. Fun times. Alright. Should I zone in? Have you guys already sucred?
Yes.
All right.
I'll take a clarity when you can. Please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's a fair place to be, Brian. wouldn't ask my guys to do anything that I wouldn't do. Yeah, one of the things I hated hearing was my way or the highway. If you don't like it, you can quit. And I also say that all right, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Comment says may make the shaman my main, the warrior is boring. Yeah. Yes, I am. What's up? Oh, dame mi cartera. Por no perder mi cartera. Si quieres, es tu decisión.
Run down the hallway, guys.
Ya aguanto el mapa sin que interrumpa.
Taking one of these knights as a pet.
Sounds like a good plan.
It depends on.
Oh,
Might be good, might be bad.
how'd you get in here? Mami, ¿sabes? ¿Estás dentro aquí? ¿Mm? ¿Qué hace? Oh, ¿quieres cariño? Where's Svartharda? Says he's out of range.
Mm,
Where are you for heals? You're way up ahead of us.
not that far, just around the corner.
I'm definitely not like into EQ. I play it for the stream and my friends, but if it was like I've said this over the last few weeks, if it was just me, I would not play EQ anymore. Like there are other games that I like. I love the Xbox. Like I love the Xbox. I love all sorts of new console games. But this drives views to the channel, and I have a good core group of friends who love these types of games, so I'm happy to play it with them. But I'm doing it for the social aspect, not for the game itself. Congrats.
Congrats, Tavares.
But
Thank
I
you.
re-dinged also.
Not grats. Regrets.
Grats all around.
Now I have to go get my 50 spells sometime.
I was just looking at that. Like before we play next time, I'll have to go make a run over to the over there because it looks like basically a ton of my spells are sold in the outpost.
Yes.
Am I missing the druid?
He's a dog.
Oh, he's on. Oh, I was taking it for Ren's dog.
Right.
Are you saying all dogs look alike? Poor Kel. Yeah,
Oh,
you tell him.
All Kells look alike.
I was just hoping he didn't fall in the water.
Indeed. We're close to wrapping up Sebilis. We're going to be done in about 20 minutes.
That one's a pet.
Which one's a pet? The one I'm fighting? Oh
Yep.
my lord. Oh, I'm sorry it wasn't marked.
That's okay.
We'll blame Ren. It's fine.
Yeah, that's logical. It tracks.
Just gotta stay focused.
They're getting pretty excited to do some Wrath dungeons now.
Oh yeah. I tell you
Hmm.
what, I've been having fun with the Burning Crusade dungeons because I've never done it before. So it's like cool little mechanics and
Burning Crusade had some cool dungeons. It did. Even cooler raids. BC had some of the best raids.
I can agree with that.
I gotta chuck a cat out of the room. Hang on.
Meow. uh,
Yeah. It's that Monty Python skit. About the guy who trained his cat to leap across the room into a bucket of water.
I didn't like Mighty Python when I was a kid. Took me a late teenage years to probably mid 20s to really enjoy it.
I'd be lying if I said I understood as a kid, but I loved it anyway. Uh,
Dude,
anything,
the heavy set guy
anything,
that blows up because he ate a little wafer.
yeah, from The Meaning of Life. Yeah. As a kid, I loved anything absurd, so it worked for me even at that age.
I got Swift Like the Wind coming, Kel, before you head out there.
All right, I'm back.
All right,
I had to chuck some
ahead.
cats out. Favorite class in Lotro? Ooh.
I'm gonna give some gross Swift Like the Wind to our tank.
I don't know. Um, I mean, I like most of them equally. I really don't think I can pick a best one. For me, I don't think I have a favorite.
I feel
I love
about
the Guardian. I love the Lore Master. I love the
Clary
Hunter.
the
I
same
love
way
the
I feel
Minstrel.
about
Those are the ones I've
Wind.
played the most of.
I take
I've never
whatever I
really
can
played a
get.
Rogue up before. Um, I've done a Champion as well. I didn't really care for the Champion.
Do it.
You know, it's okay,
Do
but
dumb things.
I've also played a lore.
You like to kill
What
stuff.
the hell are they called? The Runekeeper. Runekeeper and Champion are down at the bottom of my list. But I do love the Lore Master, the Minstrel, the Hunter, the Guardian. Those are all good for me.
What dungeons are we going to be doing in Velius with these guys? Because we're not going to be at 60 before Velius opens.
Like what dungeons will we be running to level up?
Yeah.
Um, that's a good question. There is gonna be. I'm trying to think now. A lot of it's gonna be overland stuff because there's really not a ton of dungeons in there. There's because Crystal Caverns, yeah, that's 35 to 45. I remember doing lots of like giants and but then back then we were farming for like Coldane Ring and Shawl Quest items, so that's a good question.
We just level as we farm.
That's pretty
Nothing
much
wrong with that.
it. Just kind of depends on what people want to do.
How long? How long is it till Velius?
September 15th.
Because there's dragon. There's
Soon.
dragon. What was the date you said?
September 15th.
That's not too far away. Yeah. There's Dragon Necropolis, 45 to 60. There's Icewell Keep, 35 to 60. Kale Drackle, 30 to 60. Siren's Grotto, 50 to 65. Temple of Ishan. I mean, there's stuff. Tower Frozen Shadow has the various tiers. Velk's Labyrinth, of course. I can't remember though if like Kale, I know you can just go straight into, and it's just you can start killing dragons right away. So and we need the dragon. We need the pieces anyway, so it's probably not a bad idea to go straight to there and just. You could theoretically just spend all your time there just farming armor drops. But if there are quests that people want to work on, we can, obviously there's other stuff we can go do. But I'm personally okay just working on armor quests because they're the easiest to get done.
Look at all this stuff.
Looking at the time, I'm probably down to the last 10-15 minutes here.
Yeah.
I have very little memory of Siren's Grotto, other than that's like an underground zone like Kedge Keep. I can't remember if it's fully underground or underwater or not. But I remember we had to go through there to get to like Western Wastes or something. But it's just I haven't done Velius since it was live, really. I think I did it a little bit on Aerodune, a little bit, but all we did was like Eastern Wastes and Iceclad, and went to the Tower of Frozen Shadows. Yeah, better thing to do might be to look at the Zim list, because that might have a better layout of the dungeons. Oh my god. Whapping me upside the head for a lot of damage there. Yeah, like Kale Drackle, the giants start at 30, so you can go right in there starting at level 30. And they go all the way up until level 70 for the
Shamans in
named.
camp.
Is it?
It just warped right in the middle of the.
Hmm.
I graduated from coffee and went and had 3/4 of a can of an energy drink. Gave the other to Chris because as soon as I wrap this up here in about 5-10 minutes, I got to go start video production. I'll be working for the next 2 hours. No time to rest.
Got one in camp here, bud? Ow.
Who is it, Chris? Lucas? Where, Lucas? I'll tell you about those new dots. All I have to do is put one, and it's stuck on me.
Go ahead and charge the days.
Oh my god, gonna go out with a bang. I will need to wrap after this this encounter. Don't let me forget to get you guys into the EQ2 guild though before we all head our separate ways.
Okay.
Don't forget, ladies and gents, we're going to be wrapping up here in a few minutes, but we will be back tonight playing our 5th edition tabletop setting, The Weave in the Void, at 8 p.m. Central, over on the twitch.tv/Weave and Void channel.
Well, fellas, I think that's a pretty good session.
It is.
Not bad at all.
Got a good 4-hour chunk in. Level and a half of XP.
I'm gonna hit the origin key.
I am.
I'm suckering. Hold on one second for those who want to stay.
I'll sucre with you.
All right,
I'm
folks,
gonna
that's going
make
to be
a
a wrap
cast
on the
anyway.
stream, so catch you guys later.